Well, hello everybody. Welcome to Vinyl Treasures. I'm your host, Johnny G. John Galindo, coming to you live each and every Saturday only here on YouTube. We'll be joining Oldies and More Radio beginning at midnight tonight. Want to welcome you to the 50s and early 60s edition of Vinyl Treasure Show this May 6, 2023. I missed the Kentucky Derby. I understand an underdog won. But usually, I think one of the times I had the Kentucky Derby on a Saturday, I played all songs related to horses, and races. But we're not going to do that tonight. I have a lot of requests. We're going to talk about their requests as we continue through the show here. Lots of requests tonight. And that was not a request, though, that we opened up tonight's Vinyl Treasure Show with a tenor saxophonist born in, what is that, Charlene? Can't read I need new glasses. Bastrop, is it Bastrop or Bastrop, Texas? Bobby or Charlene, tell me. Bastrop, Texas, and then relocated to Los Angeles, California. Started recording back in 1949 on the Freedom label. I think I have a 78 by this guy on the Freedom label. Not to mention many other labels like Bayou, Cash, Combo, Crown, Duto, Imperial, Lucky, Mercury, Modern, Money, recorded in Hollywood. So many other labels there. This one was on John Dolphin's Money record label, February 55. I think this was his second release on Dolphin. The fabulous Joe Houston, song entitled Celebrity Club Stomp. I think this was picked up by the Bahari Brothers on RPM. It came out on RPM also, so I don't know what was with this record, but it was our opener tonight. I know Ray Boom Boom likes those heavy saxophone songs. We'll send it out to Ray Boom Boom there. But anyway, I can't babble a lot tonight. Let's open up the vocal portion here. Actually, I didn't check to see if he is in chat. He was going to come into chat tonight. This is for new listener, Paul in Philly. Paul Greco in Philly. I think he came in on my Wednesday night show. And he asked me for the Ravel's Quintet, which I don't have. But he did request this one, this group out of Washington, D.C., first recorded for Bobby Robinson's Red Robin record label with the song Mary Lee. That came out in November of 1954. Then in early 56, Robinson leased their masters to Cecil Brown, owner of the Pilgrim label, who re-released Mary Lee, by the way, so some of you may own that on Pilgrim Records. And this next tune, requested by Paul in Philly, it features Ronald Miles on lead. Let's go to June 1956. The Great Sound of the Rainbows to open up the vocal portion here on the Pilgrim label. And the tune is called Shirley. This is for Paul.
Shirley, It's really true, my love, truer than all the skies above. Shirley, please give me one more chance to prove my love to you, to prove my love to you.
That's the great sound of the Rainbows there. Going out to Paul. Paul in Philadelphia, Paul Greco. He's in our YouTube chat room there. The great sound of the Rainbows. Ronald Miles on lead, June 1956. Song is called Shirley on the Pilgrim label. Josue mentioned he had, I don't know if you have it on, I have it on a 78. I do have it on a 78. Oh, wait. It's my mother calling me there. I have that on a 78 there, but maybe I'll feature it on my All 78 show. Anyway, let's get to the second tune here. This is actually a request for UK listener Indrajit Avani. This group is out of Philadelphia. I didn't know that until I read it in Marvin Podd's book, his price guide information book there. Said they're out of Philadelphia. They had two releases on Jack and Bill Angel's Neil record label. Their first was a song called Pretty Little Girl. Indrajit requested their follow-up. This is from late 1956. Let's give a listen to the Monarchs. The Monarchs on the Neil label. It's called Always Be Faithful. This is for Indrajit. Whoops.
Flip, flip, swap, flip, flip, swap, flip, flip, swap, flip, flip, swap. Don't try to get me about love, for that's the subject that I'm the master of. Don't try to get me, for I'm not getting you. Flip, swap, flip, flip, swap. Yes, always be faithful. Your love will always be sweet, soft, tender as a word to me. Don't try to get me, for I'm not getting you. Yes, always be faithful. Swear by stars above that you will always be my only love. Don't try to get me, for I'm not getting you. Yes, you know, and I know that I've always been nice. If I kiss you once, I kiss you twice, and wow, wasn't that nice? Wasn't that nice? Yes, always be faithful, so the story goes. You cheated my heart, and cheating never goes. Don't try to get me, for I'm not getting you. Well, I tried so hard to stay real cool. I tried to take care of you, fool. Then you left me in distress. Was that right to do? Always be faithful, so the story goes. You cheated my heart, and cheating never goes. Don't try to get me, for I'm not getting you. Yes, for I'm not getting you.
That's the great sound. Whoops. That's the great sound of the Monarchs there, late 1956. It's on the Neil record label, Always Be Faithful, going out to UK listener Indrajit. That's Indrajit Advani. Lots of UK listeners joining in on the Vinyltreasure show. Now, Marvin mentions this also comes with the smaller Neil logo. I've never seen the small Neil logo, Marvin. I have it on the big logo. I mean, I've seen Pretty Little Girl, Small, which the first presses come on the small logo and also comes on the big logo. But anyway, I have to be searching for that. As we continue here on Vinyl Treasures, we count down the music chronologically here, different from my Wednesday night show where we mix up all the years in the 60s, but not in the 50s. The music was changing so quickly, you're going to hear the difference from 1951 to 1964 if we get there. But this is a request for Daniel Kubacki in our YouTube chat room as we go to Harlem, New York for this. I call this a classic song, really, issued on Bobby Robinson's Robin record label, which became Red Robin Records. And it's the debut single for the Mellow Moods. It features 16-year-old Raymond Buddy Wooten on lead. This is going out to Daniel, December 1951. The sound of the Mellow Moods on the Robin label. The song is called Where Are You?
Where are you now that I need you? Now that I want you so badly, I could cry. Where are you now that I want you? Now that I need you so badly, I could cry. I had you at my beck and call anytime at all. I guess I took too much for granted and sigh away and cry. Where are you now that I need you? Now that I want you so badly, I could cry. I had you and my beck and call. I call you anytime at all. I guess I took too much for granted to let you sigh and cry. Please tell me, where are you now that I need you? Now that I want you so badly, I could cry.
That's the great sound of the Mellow Moods. Mellow Moods from December 1951. 16-year-old Raymond Buddy Wooten on lead. That's by request for Daniel Kubacki. Where Are You, parentheses, Now That I Need You. That's on the Robin record label with the Schubert Swanston Trio providing the music. That's their first of two on the Robin/Red Robin label. I played, I think, Daniel, you asked for their first release on Prestige last week. I also have their second release on Prestige too, but I still need that second one on, I think it's only 78 only, I think, their second release on the Red Robin label, if I'm not mistaken. Johnny G cannot babble on that long tonight. We continue here, and here is another early side. This is by request for Gordy Freeman in our YouTube chat room. Another classic vocal group, probably of all time, I guess. Well, the Orioles will give them a battle, that's for sure, but they're from Durham, North Carolina, and this is their debut single under the name The Larks, but they had earlier releases. They were called the Five Larks, and with two even earlier, I think, on Apollo, the Southern Harmonaires, I think. But this is their first of 14 as the Larks, written by the lead singer. His name is Gene Mumford. This is really on cool-looking, it's either orange vinyl. It looks like red when I did the scan on Facebook, but it's really orange vinyl. I posted it on Facebook. It's got a couple pops in it, but this is a hard record to find anywhere. It's from April of 51. These are the Larks, Gene Mumford and the Larks on Apollo, going out to Gordy Freeman. It's called When I Leave These Prison Walls.
No more homemade molasses, no more spam. I'll be eating fried chicken, baby, and candied yams. Yes, I'm gonna boil. Now when I leave these prison walls, no more getting up at 6 and going to bed at 10. 'Cause when day breaks, baby, I'll just be dipping in. Yes, I'm gonna boil. Now when I leave these prison walls, I'm gonna catch the first thing smoking, going Chicago way. Now, baby, everything's gonna be okay. But you can dig me anytime by the clock. It's 47th Street, baby, is really my block. No more sloping banks and ditches with a pick, 'cause I'm going out into town and dig myself a chick. Yes, I'm gonna boil. Now when I leave these prison walls, gonna catch the first thing Chicago way. Then everything is gonna be okay. But you can dig me anytime by the clock. It's 47, baby, is really my block. No more sloping banks and ditches with a pick, 'cause I'm going out into town and dig myself a chick. Yes, I'm gonna boil. When I leave this prison wall.
Yeah, that's a great sound of the Larks there, going out to Gordy Freeman. Gene Mumford on lead, April 1951 on the Apollo label, Bess Berman's Apollo Records for that. When I Leave These Prison Walls. The closest thing Johnny G got to prison was in my high school, where they took us to, I don't know what the prison. I forget the name of the prison in Connecticut. We had a field trip. Only the guys could go up to the Connecticut prison. I forget the name of it, but I was a little bit worried. I have to tell you that I think I was a senior in high school at Sleepy Hollow High School. Mr. Camilli took us up there. Anyway, let's continue here. We move into 1952 now. This is a request for new listener Lee. If you have a request, you have to send it to vinyltreasures@aol.com, and also Indrajit Avani in the UK. He also requested this, and I got so many requests this week. I have no problem taking requests, but I'm going to have to limit it now, because if I get 40 people sending me one request is fine. I can really get by with doing 60 records, but I can't really. Last week was a long show. It's going to be a long show tonight because I'm going to play the requests that I did get this week. But I'm going to have to ask two of your best songs, because then I don't even have a chance to interject some things that I know that you don't know. So we want to get a mix of all that. So 2 requests is what I'm going to be asking for. We'll see how it goes, because I got a lot of requests in the emails and on emails and telephone calls and IMs, etc. So we'll limit it to that. But and you know when it's going to be played, because I play it by year. And I'll tell you, if you pick 1954, it's going to be in the early stage. If it's going to be later, 1960, you can go to sleep and wake up in 1960, or you can listen to it on the archive. But at least you'll know what block it's going to be played in. So that's a good thing about the show, I say. Who else plays by year? Nobody does it. And Real Records real records, instead of just tagging your MP3 and dragging it on there. That's really easy to do. It's not easy to pull out 75 records for a show. But anyway, just keep that in mind. Charlene will be very happy about it too, I tell you. But let's continue here. This is for Lee and Indrajit. We go to Detroit, Michigan for this next group, and it's also their debut single on Sid Nathan's Federal record label. And the flip side of this is Every Beat of My Heart, I think. Great ballad. But those two guys, they want to hear the up-tempo side. And you'll hear Wynonie Harris take the lead on this. The tune is written by Alonzo Tucker. And this comes on Blue Wax, I think. I don't have it on Blue Wax. I have it on the black label, Gold Top Federal. Anyway, it's for Lee and Indrajit. This is from March 52, The Royals on the Federal label. It's called All Night Long.
All night long. Rock it, roll it. Please don't stop it, let's rock it. Roll it. Please don't stop it, let's rock it. Roll it. Please don't stop it, let's rock it. Roll it. Please don't stop it, let's rock it. Please don't stop it, let's rock it all night long. Come on, baby, turn the lights down low. Give me the key, let's lock the door. Pull down the shades and stop the clock. Feel like blowing my natural top. Shake it, please don't break it, let's shake it. Hold it, please don't break it, let's shake it. Please don't break it, let's shake it. Please don't break it, let's shake it. Please don't break it, let's boogie woogie all night long. woogie, woogie gonna boogie. Boogie, woogie gonna boogie, woogie all night long.
There you go. That's going out to Lee and Indrajit. That's the sound of the Royals. Kind of like a boogie woogie dance tune that they do there on the at the UK, those UK rock and roll dance halls there, like those all-nighters that they do. They dance to that music. The Royals there from March 1952. That's on the Federal Record banner. All Night Long is the name of the tune. It looks like we're going to be here all night long, but let's continue here. We stay in 1952 now. We go to Baltimore, Maryland. Now, on the February 18th, 2023 show, I played a request for Jimmy Amato. He requested the Swallows with Eddie Rich on lead with You Left Me. Now, the flip side was requested by a few. I think, Jimmy, you requested the flip side also, as well as Daryl Letts. I think, Daniel, you might have requested this flip side also, and also Rick in Philly. I didn't see Rick in Philly in the chat room there. I have some requests for him tonight. But I have a trouble with this, the flip side here. I should play the 78 because it's got a weird off-center. I don't know how they did this, but I tried to line it up as best I can. And it's actually a shame. Not that I paid a lot of money for the 45, but I did not when I found it out in the wild. But it's kind of, and I don't know how, it's got a weird off-center thing. But let's hope it's not that bad. But because I can play the second press of this, but I didn't want to. I want to play only originals. But anyway, let's give a listen to the Swallows here. This is for Jimmy, Daryl, Daniel, and Rick from April 52 on Sid Nathan's King record label. This was actually a hit for them, a number 6 R&B tune hit. It features Herman Jr. Denby on lead. These are the Swallows with their tune Beside You. Try this again. You see this weird, it's got a weird off center.
Beside you is where I want to be forever. I'm like a soul lost in a river, searching for a helping hand. I love you. I guess, my dear, that's why I need you. Don't leave me bewildered, sad and blue. Make all my dreams come true. Each night as I dream, I see no one but you, my dear. If I bore you, you find somebody new. I wish you joy, but if you find your love is dark and blue, you'll always know there is room, my dear, in my heart for you.
There you go. It's such a weird off. It's, it's like I have some 78s that are like that. It has like a funny like wiggle to it. It's kind of weird. It is off center in general, but it's almost like doing an S. It's so odd. And there's some 78s like that too. They have that kind of like an S. It moves with the. Listen, I tried to line it up the best I can. The only other thing that I possibly can do, is to cut into or to fill it in to get it to line up right. That's another way, but you're gonna cut into the record to at least make it playable. But it's a shame. It really is. The other side plays great, just for the other side of the record. But anyway, there you go. That's for Jimmy Amato, Darrelletts, Daniel, and Rick in Philly, April 1952. Sound of the Swallows. That's with Herman Jr. Denby on lead. Their tune called "Beside You" on the King record label. Now, the Swallows eventually they disbanded by the end of 1953. But in 1957, Eddie Rich and Calvin Khaki Colette, they resurrected the group and they arranged an audition with King Records, which resulted in 4 releases. Well, King Federal, which resulted in 4 releases on the Federal label, and they resung that song. They resung that song with Calvin Colette on lead. It was their 3rd release on the Federal label, and it's a request for Big Dave Swinger. And this one came out. The first one came out in April 52. The second one came out in June of 58. So let's give a listen to the Swallows with Calvin Khaki Colette on lead on the Federal label, and their resung version of "Beside You." This is for Big Dave Swinger in our YouTube chat room.
Beside you is where I want to be forever. I'm like a soul lost in a river, searching for a helping hand. I love you. I guess, my dear, that's why I need you. Don't leave me bewildered, sad and blue. Make all my dreams come true. Each night as I dream, I see no one but you. My dear, if I bore you, you know you'll find somebody new. I wish you joy, but if you find your love is dark, dark and blue, you'll always know there is room, my dear, here in my heart for you. Each night as I dream, I see no one but you. My dear, if I bore you, you know you'll find somebody new. I will wish you joy, but if you find your love is dark and blue, you'll always know there is room, my dear, here in my heart for you.
There you go. That's for Big Dave Swinger there, contrasting 1952 to 1958 with the song "Beside You," although that was Calvin Colette on lead, June 1958 on the Federal label, their 3rd of 4. with their remake of Beside You. Let's move into 1953 here, and this is a request for UK listener Eddie Votex, and this group, this is on Sid Nathan's King record label. Now, when Charlie White and the bass Bill Brown left the Dominoes, they got together and formed a new group. They called themselves the Checkers. They had 10 releases on Sid Nathan's King record label. Eddie requested their fifth, which features the bass lead of Bill Brown. This is from October 1953, The Checkers on King. It's called You Never Had It So Good.
Yes, I took you by the face and then I put you in a flat. I bought you everything to go along with that. But let me get you told, cause you made me mad. Cause you go around bragging about what you had. You never had it so good.
You never had it so good.
Yes, you never had it so good.
You never had it so good.
You know, baby, you never had it so good. You don't bring a shipboard in the rain, sparking and riding on the gravy train. You got clothes to wear, shoes on your feet. Everybody knows you're living on easy street. You never had it so good.
You never had it so good.
Yes, you never had it so good.
You never had it so good.
You know, baby, you never had it so good. Met you, you were dumb and shook and baby. Everything you know you're learning from me. How to write your name, cause you never went to school. Now you got the nerve to call me a fool. You never had it so good.
You never had it so good.
Yes, you never had it so good.
You never had it so good.
You know, baby, you never had it so good. The clothes you used to wear was an awful sight. Or either too tight. I dress you all up with my hard-earned pay. Now you wanna leave me and go away. You never had it so good.
You never had it so good.
Yes, you never had it so good.
You never had it so good.
You know, baby, you never had it so good.
No, you never had it so good.
Yeah, you never had it so good listening to Johnny G and the Vinyltreasure show on a Saturday night. All these original vinyl 45's, you get to see the cool labels. That's what they tell me over in the UK, that they didn't have all these kind of cool looking labels. Everything was on UK Decca. Is how they had their stuff. But anyway, that's going out to Eddie Votex, October 1953, the sound of the Checkers there. Bill Brown, the bass on lead. It's on Sid Nathan's King record label, their fifth release on King. You Never Had It So Good is the name of that. When we move into 1954, we head down to New Orleans, Louisiana for this next group. This was for Abigail Rocket Blast, another listener in the UK, and this group had 15 releases on the Imperial record label. She requested their third release, tune written by David Bartholomew. It was one of their bigger R&B hits. This was a number 6 R&B hit for the group. It features Chuck Carbo on lead. Interesting words, interesting lyrics to this song from June 1954 for Abigail, the Spiders on Imperial. It's called I'm Slippin' In.
I'm slipping in, please don't make that noise. I'm tipping in, I've been ballin' with the boys. Oh, my mother, oh, she'll understand. But my wife will raise all kind of sand. I'm slipping in, help me take off this shoe. I'm tipping in, I've been drinking too. Oh, my mother, oh, she's really sweet, but my wife will put me in the street. Slipping in, please turn off that light. I'm tipping in, I look an awful sight. Oh, my mother, oh, she'll understand, but my wife will raise all kind of sand. I'm tipping in, please don't make that noise. I'm tipping in, I've been ballin' with the boys. Oh, my mother, oh, she's really sweet, but my wife will put me in the street. And I'm slipping in. It's 3 o'clock in the morning. Quiet, please.
June 1954 release there for Abigail Rocket Blast. That one there on the Imperial record label. Chuck Carbo on lead. Those are the Spiders. The Spiders, their third release on Imperial, song entitled I'm Slippin' In. Johnny G slipping in a lot of 45's. Lots of your requests tonight. As we continue with the requests, we are in 1954. Here's one for Mandy Williams, listening over in Wales, UK. They had a big event today, of course. But this is on the Bahari Brothers Flair record label, and it's the 6th of 7 for the Flairs on Flair Records, written by the lead singer of the group. His name is Cornell Gunter. This is going out to Mandy, October 54. These are the Flairs on Flair with Hold Me, Thrill Me, and Chill Me.
Hold me, honey, won't you hold me? Tell me that you love me far more and evermore. Tell me that you love me for more and evermore. Just thrill me, whoa, darling, and chill me. Oh, my darling, thrill me, and chill me evermore. Your love has gone so far me, and all I can do is say, ooh, wee, baby.
Your love's the thing that I crave.
Oh, just thrill me, whoa, darling, and chill me. Oh, my darling, thrill me, and chill me evermore. All I can do is say, ooh, wee, baby.
Your love, the thing that I crave.
Oh, just thrill me, whoa, darling, and chill me. Oh, my darling, thrill me, and chill me evermore. Ooh, oh.
you go, as Johnny G gets caught here. That's going out to Mandy Williams over in Wales, UK, October 1954. That's Cornell Gunther and the Flares on the Flair record label. Hold Me, Thrill Me, Chill Me is the name of the tune, and the group also recorded under different names. The Chimes, I have that 45. I don't have the Hunters, and in addition, they backed up Young Jesse on his releases on the Flair label, or a couple of them, and also in that duet of Ricky and Janelle, which I have that 45. That's a nice record too. And Richard Berry also, that was Richard Berry and Janelle Hawkins, but that's a good 45. Who'd I buy it from? Big dealer out on the West Coast that was selling on eBay. I forget his name. Anyway, it'll come to me. If somebody mentions it in chat, I'll know it. But let's continue. Here we are in 1955 now. We move into 55 with this request for Josue Perez. It's a twin spin on the Flair label. The group formed while attending Fremont High School back in 1954. It was a quartet. They were known as the Laurels, I should say, and they had an opportunity to record for the Bahari Brothers Flair label, and the result was their debut 45. This is their debut 45, the Laurels here. It features Bobby Relf on lead, who also wrote the tune. Go to January of 1955. This is going out to Josue Perez in our YouTube chat room. Not November, January, losing my mind, January 55. This is going out to Josue Perez in the YouTube chat room, Bobby Relf and the Laurels on the Flair label. The song is called Farewell.
Down over you. Farewell, oh farewell. All my troubles have been over you. Tell me, my darling, what to do. Farewell, 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 baby, true, dear, to you. Farewell, ooh, all my troubles have been over you. Tell me, my darling, what to do. Farewell, 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 baby, farewell.
There you go. That's going out to Josue Perez in our YouTube chat room. The sound of Bobby, Ralph, and the Laurels. That's their debut single from January 1955. It's on the Bahari Brothers Flair record label. Farewell is the name of the tune. It's not farewell, not for late, not for after probably 4 hours at least tonight. Got a lot of requests, so many requests. I'm going to have to cut it down to 2 requests per request show, as that's what we're going to do here. So I could even interject some of my own things that you might not ever have heard before. That is going to be pretty cool. We continue here. We are in 1955. Let's go to Chicago, Illinois now, to Leonard Allen's States record label. This is a request for listener Joe Shacatano. He is watching the World Federation Wrestling. He is addicted to that, so he told me he was going to listen to it on the archive. Probably come in to chat after it's done. I don't think it's that long tonight, he said. But anyway, his group had 4 releases on the States record label, and actually this is my favorite of their releases on the States. This and another one are my favorites. They had a big R&B hit, big number 10 R&B hit. The song was called Chop Chop Boom, and that was their first single. But let's give a listen to their third. This is for Joe Shacatano. It's a tune written by Dallas Taylor. It features James Campbell and Dallas Taylor. They're the vocalists, and it's mentioned on the label. It's from November 55, the Dandeliers. The Dandeliers on the States label for Joe. It's called May God Be With You.
Pray on you sinners, now pray on you sinners. Pray all your sins away.
May God be with you and stay by your side. And may He keep you from each dark night. Then make you holy forever and ever and ever and again. Yes, again, forever and ever and ever and again.
Shout out.
My soul's in sin, and I don't know what I'll do. If my soul's in sin, I'll get down on my knees. Oh, what should I tell him? Oh, what shall I say? Should I ask for forgiveness and freedom someday? Well, I think I will. Yes, I
May God see you when you're down on your knees. And may He hear you when you're begging and pleading. May God bless you. May God bless you.
As going out to Joe Shacatano there, the sound of the Dandeliers. That's my favorite one. Butch Ford, you like that one too. See, me and Butch have the same taste in music. That's why I bought a lot of his records when he was selling them so many years ago. There you go, November 1955, the Dandeliers. That's their third release on the States label. May God Be With You is the name of the tune. I also like the Strollers on the States record label. That's another good one. Of course, I play Gloria here by the Five Chances, but I don't ask me for the Hornets. I'll have to get it from the Count. I know he has a copy of that. Johnny G here on a Saturday evening. If you're new to the program here, please subscribe to my YouTube channel. I'm getting closer to 1,000 subscribers, where I'm going to be doing a 1 p.m. in the afternoon special. I don't know if I'm going to do it on Mondays or Fridays, or Mondays and Fridays, but there will be other genres of music or other specialties. It could involve 50s or groups or labels or countdowns or rockabilly or blues or different things. So you can hear some other things I have in my collection. Let's continue here. We are in 1955. Now, last week I featured the Clyde McPhatter and the Drifters for listener Mandy Williams. She requested What You Gonna Do. That one, their eighth release on the Atlantic record label. Jimmy Amato in our YouTube chat room, he asked to hear the flip side here. So we're going to play this for Jimmy. February 1955, Clyde McPhatter and the Drifters on the Atlantic label. The song is called Gone. This is for Jimmy.
And gone is the happiness we once knew. And gone is the thrill of your sweet and tender embrace. And gone is the spark that I can't replace. Now loving you made me happy. My world was so complete. But darling, I just didn't know this would happen to me. Now gone is the joy of having and holding you too. And gone is the hope, but not my memory of you. Gone is the thrill. Gone is the spark. And gone is the hope, but not my memory of you.
B-sides here on the Vinyltreasure Show by request for Jimmy Amato. That's Clyde McPhatter and the Drifters on the Yellow and Black Atlantic label, February 1955. Gone is the name of the tune. We got a twin spin on the Drifters. We move into 1956 now, and this is for a listener Amy Thomas in the UK, and this was a number 11 R&B hit for the Drifters. Actually, both sides were played on the radio, although I think Marv Goldberg told me that if you listen to Alan Freed, that he would play the ballad side, Soldier of Fortune, but I'm featuring the flip side, the up-tempo side, written by Jesse Stone. It features Johnny Moore on lead. This was actually their follow-up to Ruby Baby, July 1956, going out to Amy Thomas in the UK. The sound of Johnny Moore and the Drifters on Atlantic. It's called I Gotta Get Myself a Woman.
I got to get myself a woman.
Somewhere, somehow. I need companionship, and I need it right now.
I got to get myself a woman.
Before I die, I see so many fine young things, but they are passing me by. A man needs to live a settled life with a loving and a working wife. Well, it don't matter if she's young or old, if she knows to do the things she's told and stay here beside me night and day, so nobody steals her heart away. I know what I really need so much is that loving touch.
I gotta get myself a woman.
Whoa, I'm all alone. Please hurry, let me find someone that I can call my own. If she's short or tall, or she's built up like a concrete wall, just so she knows how to wash and cook. I don't give a kitty just how she look. I don't care whatever she knows best. If she suits me, she can drop the rest. That important thing I am thinking of is a lot of love.
I gotta get myself a woman.
Whoa, I'm all alone. Please hurry, let me find someone I can call my own.
There you go. That's going out to Amy Thomas in the UK. That's the Drifters there. Johnny Moore and the Drifters, July 1956 on the Atlantic label. I Gotta Get Myself a Woman is the name of the tune. That's our twin spin on the Drifters. Let's continue here. We are in 1956. This is going out to Butch Ford, listening in Hawaii, and they were all New Yorkers, this group, except the lead singer. He was from Virginia, and at the time he was a 20-year-old Carlton Langford. The other members were Robert Banks, James Fobbs, Robert Harris, and Willie Page. Collectively, they were known as the Blue Chips. This is on Sid Nathan's Deluxe record label. The tune written by the lead singer, that's Carlton Langford. He is on lead. It's going out to Butch Ford. I really like this record too, Butch. See, we got the same taste. This is from December 1956. The Blue Chips on Deluxe. It's called Appointment with Love.
I've got an appointment with love. Ba, 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 whoa. No, I won't worry no more. Ba, 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 whoa. My girl, she told me that she'll wait. Appointment with love. Appointment with love. Ba, 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 whoa. No, I won't worry. No more tears. Happy, happy, happy. Yes, sirree. I got an apartment with love. Apartment with love. Look at him. Apartment with love.
That's the sound of the Blue Chips. The Blue Chips, they got Carlton Langford on lead. That's going out to Butch Ford in our YouTube chat room, December 1956, on Deluxe Records, Appointment with Love. Well, my appointment to buy that record was with Louis Silvani. He sold me that copy there, and I think you mentioned how you got yours there in a bidding war with Vernon on a Vernon Edwards list. Wow, interesting. That is pretty cool there. As we continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show, we are in 1956, and this is a request for Josue Perez in our YouTube chat room. Now, this singer would do extensive session work in the 1960s and 70s as Arthur Fats Theus. He would play the electric sax and flute, but before that, he cut a record. He cut a record on Eddie and Leo Mesner's Aladdin record label, and he was backed up by a vocal group. They were known as the Flares, the same Flares, but that recorded for the ABC Paramount record label. So that would be Cornell Gunther and the Ermines, really. That Flares group was really the Ermines that recorded for the Loma label. They are backing him up on this, and this is his only release from May of 1956. It's Fatso Theus and the Flares on Aladdin Records. This is for Josue Perez. It's called Be Cool, My Heart, for Josue.
Say, Fatso, as your girl over by the bandstand, you still love her too, don't you? What? You can't fool me. Remember, I'm your heart. Be cool, my heart. You know how much I care. Be cool, my heart. When she's around, beware to press her lips to mine is my desire. But if I do, then who put out the fire? So be cool, my heart. This may be your last romance. You can't afford to take a chance. You loved too much before. This time you must be sure. Don't be a fool, be cool, my say, Fatso, you big fat fool, ask her for a dance. Go ahead, don't be chicken. Sure feels nice to have her in our arms again. Ask her for a kiss. Man, love sure is crazy.
That's going out to Josue Perez in our YouTube chat room. That's the sound of Fatso Theus and the Flares from May 1956 on Eddie and Leo Mesner's Aladdin Records out of California there. Be Cool My Heart is the name of the tune. Very nice tune. They like that one there in the YouTube chat room. The last time somebody called Johnny G a fatso, I was living, no, I don't think I was living on my grandmother's street. I used to come visit, and I had friends there, and my Aunt Mary used to get fireworks. She used to work down in General Motors, and on the 4th of July, you know how you can go buy fireworks? One of the guys in the plant would sell it out of the trunk of his car. So I don't know what happened. I told them, I said, look, I'm lighting fireworks at nighttime down in my grandmother's backyard, and you can come. Or I don't know what he did. I said he couldn't come. One of my friends, his name was Finito, I think. So it was a family from Yugoslavia, and they were living in the apartment building across the street. So he called me a fatso. My grandmother would tell me, don't let anybody call you names. Now remember, this guy was my friend for a long time. So when he said that to me again, I just attacked him, and I jumped on him, and I was punching him, and I was a big kid, I guess. I was punching him. He was hiding his face, and I was hitting him in the face. So, you know, I didn't see him for a couple of days, and my father would come pick me up. I think I must have been in 4th or 5th grade. I would walk to my grandmother's house after school. So my father came to pick me up in his painting truck, and his mother was coming down the stairs. I saw her coming down with the son. And I was like, my father was in the truck, and she was on the other side, and she said, Mr. Galindo, look what your son did to my son's face. And I felt bad. He had 2 giant black eyes. And she said to me, and she embarrassed me, she said, Johnny, you see what you did? You were friends. Look what you did to him. And my father said to me, why did you do that to him? And I said, well, he called me a fatso. And Grandma told me not to let anybody call me a fatso. So that's what I did. But it was unfortunate because our friendship was done from then. It was a shame. But if I ever meet him again, I will tell him that I was sorry. I did tell him I was sorry. They made me say that. That's why that record, Fatso Theus, that's what Johnny G was thinking about. Anyway, we are in 1956 now. Last week I featured this group for Nat Papagallo, played their second release on Johnny Otis's Dig record label. It was called My Darling. This week, listener Butch Ford requested their first tune, their debut single, written by the lead singer. His name is Sammy Yates. This is on Johnny Otis's Dig record label, and it features Sammy Yates on lead, a.k.a. Sammy Hagen. This is from February 56th, the premieres on Dig, with a song called Baby. This is going out to Butch Ford.
Oh, baby, my love is so, oh, baby.
Whoa, pretty baby.
Won't let you go, oh, baby. Baby, please, please be mine. Oh, baby, come home to me, oh, baby. I want to
you, baby, baby.
I love you so, oh baby.
Oh, pretty baby.
Won't let you go, oh baby.
Baby, baby.
Baby, please, please be mine, baby. Baby, be mine, baby. Baby, be mine, baby. Baby, be mine.
That's going out to Butch Ford in our YouTube chat room. That's the sound of the premieres. Sammy Yates on lead, February 1956. He wrote the tune, song entitled Baby, on Johnny Otis's Dig record label, of course. Also recorded as Sammy Hagan and the Viscounts, Little Sammy, Count Yates, and one other name that eludes me at this time. Let's continue now. On Vinyl Treasures, we are in the year 1956. Now, on the April 22nd, 2023 50s and early 60s show, I featured the Moroccos. They're out of Chicago, Illinois. I played their first release on Leonard Allen's United record label. That was a request for Jimmy Amato. The song was called Pardon My Tears, and it featured ex-Flamingo lead singer Solly McElroy on lead. This week, Jimmy requested their third release on the United record label, again with Solly McElroy on lead. This is from September 1956. This is for Jimmy Amato in our YouTube chat room. The sound of the Moroccos on United. Solly McElroy is the lead singer. It's called What Is a Teenager's Prayer, for Jimmy.
What is a teenager's prayer? That's not very hard to define. All they want out of life is love and peace of mind. I will explain it to you, just what it's all about. It is something that's really right, both day and night.
On bended knee, they'll beg and plead for love that's true. Won't you give them love, just a little bit of love? 'Cause you see, that's the least anybody can do.
Here is a teenager's prayer. I know you care. Won't you give them their share of a teenager's
That's going out to Jimmy Amato there, Solly McElroy, and the Moroccos, their third release on the United label out of Chicago, September 1956. What is a teenager's prayer is the question. As we stay in 1956, this is a request for listener Mike Sape in our YouTube chat room, and he wants to send it out to me, Johnny G, and all you listeners in the chat room there. This group out of the West Coast, and they first recorded as the Marbles on the Lucky label. They had 3 on the R&B label after that, and they decided to change their name to the Jewels. Then they signed with Imperial Records, had 4 releases on Imperial. This was their 4th, and it features Rudy Jackson on lead. This is from April 1956. Let's give a listen to the Jewels on Imperial. This is for Mike Sape, sending it out to Johnny G and all the chatters. The Jewels with their tune called My Baby.
Well, I got a woman, fine as she can be. Well, one thing about her, she belongs to me, 'cause she's my baby. Oh, my baby, she's awful fine. Well, I believe I would hurt somebody if they said that she wasn't mine. Don't hang on the corner of the feller's wheel. She knows my wants, knows my every thrill, 'cause she's my baby. Oh, my baby, she's awful fine. Well, I believe I would hurt somebody if they said that she wasn't mine. Well, one thing about her, I understand. She don't want nobody, 'cause I'm her man. Oh, she's my baby. Oh, my baby, she's awful fine. Well, I believe I would hurt somebody if they said that she wasn't mine.
April 1956 release there on the Imperial label. The 4th release for the Jewels, song entitled My Baby. That's from Mike Sape, dedicating it to Johnny G and all you guys in the chat room, gals in the chat room there. As we continue now, we are staying 1956. Lots of requests from the year 1956. Now, last week I featured this group, a request for Amnon on the Groove record label, featured their side called That's All, That's All, That's All. It was Butch Ford asked Johnny G, or requested me to flip over the 45, and again it features the previous leads, or this singer previously sang lead for the 4 buddies that recorded for the Savoy record label. His name is Larry Harrison. We go back to May 1956 for the Dappers on Groove. This is for Butch Ford, Larry Harrison on lead. It's called Unwanted Love.
You hurt me so because you know I love you so.
I just can't find a way to your heart. I love you so, though you want no part. If you can't love me, why don't you set free this unwanted love? Unwanted love. I need you so, but somehow I know my aching heart should let you go, but I can't lose you. Live I have
have chose to with unwanted love. I know I'll love you for a lifetime, even if you're never all mine. And if you should ever feel you're unhappy, well, you know you can come back to me. Although another can't love you as I hope you'll be happy. This is goodbye, goodbye, my darling, for I can only bring unwanted love to unwanted love.
As going out to Butch Ford there, the sound of the Dappers, Larry Harrison on lead. I think I lean to that side better for some reason. I like that side, the Dappers. May 1956 on the Groove record label, one of the thousands of labels that Johnny G collects. Groove Records there. Unwanted Love is the name of that one. We're going to remain in 1956, and this is a request for listener Gordy Freeman. It's the great sound of Willie Winfield and the Harp Tones. They recorded three for George Gollner's Rama record label. This was their second, and it's an old standard. It dates back to 1939. That's pretty old, I'd have to say. And many groups have recorded this tune, but this is like one of the better versions of this song from November of 1956. Let's give a listen to Willie Winfield and the Harp Tones, going out to Gordy Freeman in our YouTube chat room. The Harp Tones on the Rama label, their rendition of the tune The Masquerade Is Over.
Your eyes don't shine like they used to shine, and the masquerade
That's the great sound of the harp tones there on George Goldner's Rama record label there. Their second of three on the Rama label. Willie Winfield on lead from, as I can't find my place here, November 1956. With their rendition of the tune, The Masquerade is Over. That's going out to Gordy Freeman. Masquerade isn't over. Not yet. I told you it's not yet. We have a lot of records to go. I am only on number 23 here, as this is a request for Mike Sape. He's sending this one out to George Tompkins. I featured the Prisonaires last week on the Sun label. I played it for Gordy Freeman, their second of four, called My God Is Real. That featured Johnny Bragg on lead. Now, after Sun Records, they signed with Ernie Young's Excello label, and they changed their name to the Marigolds. Now, their first two releases came out as the Marigolds. Then their other two releases came out as Johnny Bragg and the Marigolds. But on this one, it doesn't mention the Marigolds. It's just Johnny Bragg. Actually, I think this is a solo effort by him, because I was listening for a group. Maybe they come in at the end. But this is by Johnny Bragg. I guess we'll call it his third of four, a song that he co-wrote. I said wrote. He co-wrote this tune. And this is from April of 1956, going out to Mike Sape, dedicated to George Tompkins. Johnny Bragg on Excello. The song is called Foolish Me.
Oh, what a fool I've been. Oh, foolish me. Even though I were blind, I still could see what a fool I've been. Foolish me. All this pain and misery should never be, for I owe you my life. You know that's right. What a fool I've been. Foolish me. From the first time we met, I surely knew that the only thing for me was love is you. Now, like a ship at night that's lost at sea, I'm tossed through loneliness. Oh, little me, what a fool I've been. Foolish me. That's lost at sea, I'm tossed through loneliness. Oh, little me, what a fool I've been. Foolish me. What a fool. Foolish me.
There you go with whoops. That's Johnny Bragg. Johnny Bragg, no mention of the Marigolds on this single. That's his third release on Excello Records, April 1956, going out to Mike Sabe, dedicated to George Tompkins. Foolish Me is the name of that tune. If you're new to the program, please subscribe. We're really close. We're like 17 away from 1,000 subscribers, and then we can celebrate. I'll be giving checks to all the listeners after that. If you believe that, then I can sell you the Mario Cuomo Bridge. Yes, I can. As we continue here, we move into 1957 now, and we go out to Los Angeles, California, with a request for Adora Williams. Adora Williams, and I think she's another UK listener, and this is on Larry Mead's Vita record label, and it's the debut single for this group. They were named after the missile developed by the U.S. Air Force called the Titan. This is their first of two on the Vita record label. This side features Curtis McNair on lead. Now, Curtis McNair was the cousin to singer Barbara McNair. So this is going out to Adora Williams, January 1957. These are the Titans on the Vita label. It's called Rhythm and Blues.
Snake's got a wiggle, so have you. Camel's got a hump with a lot of work to do. Venus had a shape that was out of this world. I got things to get all the girls. I got the rhythm and blues. Yes, the rhythm and blues. Well, my feet's got the rhythm, my soul's got the rhythm and blues. Well, the cats in the jungle got a boom boom beat. The cats in the city got rhythm in their feet. Satchmo's got music in his soul. Brother Bean's got all the gold. I got the rhythm and blues. Yes, the rhythm and blues. Well, my feet's got the rhythm, my soul's got the rhythm and blues. Well, got a smile and you can see a mile when she walks. Everybody talks about the rhythm and blues. Yes, the rhythm and blues. Well, my feet's got the rhythm, my soul's got the rhythm and blues. Rhythm, rhythm and blues.
As going out to Dora Williams there, Sound of the Titans, their debut single from January 1957. That is on Larry Mead's Vita record label. I'm thinking of Vita Vegemin is what I'm thinking of. Vita Records there. Rhythm and Blues is the name of the tune. Curtis McNair, he's the lead singer. Now, it's very unusual that I get requests for the A and B sides of records, like, and the other people, they didn't hear anything, or they just sent in their request, because I have to flip this 45 over for a request. Let me just flip it over here, folks, and put it on. This is live television here, or radio. There you, whoops. I want to line this up. Don't want to ruin these needles. There you go. So we're going to flip that Titans 45 over. It's a request for listener Ronnie Sherman. As I mentioned, this is their debut single, came out on the Vita record label. And this side features Charles Wright on lead. This is the ballad from January 57 for Ronnie Sherman. The Titans on Vita. It's called So Hard to Laugh, So Easy to Cry, for Ronnie.
Yes, it's over. No more balcony seat, no more dancing where the gang always meet. It's so hard to laugh, so easy to cry, now that we've said goodbye. Yes, it's over. No more curfew to break, no more memory. We must hurry and make. It's so hard to laugh, so easy to cry, now that we said goodbye. Dreams won't die, though you go away. I'll be loving you wherever you are. Baby, I want to make it stay, but it's mighty hard to cling to a falling star. My smiling days are over and beyond all recall. Just a line of no more, nothing at all. It's so hard to laugh, so easy to cry, now that we said goodbye. Dreams won't die, though you go away. I'll be loving you wherever you are. Baby, I want to make it stay, but it's mighty hard to cling to a falling star. My smiling days are over and beyond all recall. Just a line of no more, nothing at all. It's so hard to laugh, so easy to cry, now that we said goodbye. Now that we have said goodbye.
As going out to Ronnie Sherman. I like that tune there, The Titans. The Titans there with Charles Wright on lead, January 1957. Their debut single on the Vital label, So Hard to Laugh, So Easy to Cry, for Ronnie Sherman. I saw Ronnie at the record show at the Marriott on Saturday. Ronnie, nice seeing you there. I know Ronnie's watching now. He said he's a night owl. He'll stay up till the Vinyltreasure show is over. Yes, he will. I think I have this on I think they do this a cappella. I think they do. It came out as the Vitamins, I think. I think that's the song that they do, if I'm losing my mind. We are 1957, and up next, a request for Nat Papagallo in Naples, Florida. Nat, now, do you have an original of this in your jukebox? That's what I'm asking, because this is on the Reverend Alfred Crite Mason Jr.'s Mason label, which is out of Brooklyn, New York, and I really know nothing about this group. I think it was recorded, though, with terrible acoustics, so the sound quality is not that good. Even if you get it on the Fellatio label, it came out on Fellatio. I think it was Val Shively that put out that Fellatio label, if I'm not mistaken. But the group is called the Love Larks, and this is the intended side 2 of the 45. And the flip is a great jump. And I think, though, the lead singer could be the writer of the tune. His name is Robert Williams. That is my guess. But this is 1957. This is going out to Nat Papagallo, the Love Larks, on the Masons label. The song is called More and More, for Nat. As going out to Nat Papagallo there, the sound of the Lovelarks, 1957 on the Masons label. More and More is the name of the tune. I found my first copy of that at the Allentown, PA show. Somebody came up from Florida. It has writing on the label. It's the girl's name, Arlene, but it didn't have any of the DJ samples on it that my Genie by the Thrashers does, and so does this one. It's stamped DJ sample, and there is actually a radio station sticker on the flip side of this, which I'm really afraid to get off. You can't wet these green labels. They will run, so you have to be very careful when you're dealing with stickers. I'll leave it on. I'm not going to take it off. Anyway, Johnny G babbling on here. Let's continue here. Where is Timothy? Timothy, are you in the chat room? This is your request up next, and we love to feature Jimmy Jones and the Pretenders and all his other groups too. This is Jimmy Jones and the Jones Boys. Now, this is for listener Timothy. Now, after he left Rama Records with his group, the Pretenders, they did one on Whirling Disc, and the next one was on the Arrow label. And Jimmy changed the group's name from the Pretenders to the Jones Boys, and it's a great tune, and a tune written by Jimmy Jones. This is going out to Timothy in our YouTube chat room. September 57, Jimmy Jones and the Jones Boys on the Arrow label. It's called Heaven in Your Eyes. This is for Timothy.
You have heaven in your eyes. You have heaven in your eyes. So I ask you, darling, please don't ever cry, for I love you until the day I die. And as long as I have you, you have everything. So I ask you, darling, oh, please don't ever cry, for I love you until the day I die. And as long as I have you, your touch is light or daydream, your hair as dark as the darkest night, your lips tells the mystery of love whenever they're touching mine. Oh, you have heaven in your eyes. So I ask you, darling, oh, please don't ever cry. For I love you until the day I die. And as long as I have you, ever cry, for I love you until the day I die, and as long as I have you. Heaven in your eyes.
As by request for Timothy in our YouTube chat room, that's the sound of Jimmy Jones and the Jones Boys. Came out on the Arrow label from September 1957. Heaven in Your Eyes is the name of the tune. That is a great tune. As we continue here, we stay in 57, and this is a request for Adrian Viterbo, listening in Mexico. I saw you, Adrian, in the YouTube chat room there, using your wife's YouTube address. But last week, Adrian requested the flip side of this on Joe Leibowitz's premium record label. The A-side was called, let me see, requested A Love Like Yours. There you go. I see it there, Charlene. And, of course, I have it as the True Loves. They were forced to change their name from the Love Notes because of the Love Notes that recorded for the Holiday record label. Actually, my copy has that sticker stuck on over the Love Notes title there. But Adrian also requested the flip side, and it features David Haywood. He's the lead singer, as he was on lead on the flip. It's from 1957. This is for Adrian in our YouTube chat room, the True Loves on Premium with a B-side. It's called Never Look Behind.
Leave sadness behind you. Search for love and it will find you. Search for the best thing in life wherever you are. Wherever you are.
you go. That's going out to Adrian in our YouTube chat room there, listening in Mexico. The sound of the True Loves. The True Loves with David Haywood on lead, 1957. Rare 45 to find on the premium label at Linden, New Jersey. Never Look Behind is the name of that one. We stay in 57. We go to Brooklyn, New York with this request for Gordy Freeman. Now, this group signed with Hiram Johnson's Johnson record label, and this was their debut single. Actually, the A-side of this, a song called Baby Oh Baby, which became a hit the second time around. Wait, am I right? Wait, was this their first? Yeah, this is... Yeah, because Pleading No More was their second, I think. Johnny G losing his mind here. But yeah, Baby Oh Baby was the A-side, and that really wasn't, wasn't a hit when it came out in 1957, but it was a hit the second time around. Came out in 1960, but Gordy requested the B-side of the 45, which is excellent too, and co-written by the lead singer. His name is Nathaniel Bouknight. And this is from August of 1957. Let's give a listen to The Shells. The Shells on the Johnson label. This is the flip side of Baby Oh Baby. This is going out to Gordy in the YouTube chat room. The Shells on Johnson with Angel Eyes.
What do you see?
B-sides here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. Those are the Shells. Shells by request for Gordy Freeman, August 57 release. That's when it first was released on the Johnson label. The flip side of Baby Oh Baby, Angel Eyes is the name of the tune. If you bought the record in 1960 when it became a hit, it has a long title, and that's What's in an Angel's Eyes, but there are multiple variations on this press. Now, there's one of the books say it first came out with no publishing. Now, I don't know if that was intended or they just didn't or they changed it at the last minute and they didn't put in Alan Freed's publishing. I don't know what Hiram Johnson's publishing is, but it ended up with having Figure Music on there, and that was Alan Freed to push the record to get royalty payments from the record, of course, for the flip side of it in 1957 originally, and even 1960, I think, when he pushed the record when he was out in California. But that That is a great B-side because my aunt had the 45 and she would play that side. She liked both sides of that record, a record that I heard from my aunt and also heard on the Gus Gossard Show. Thanks for requesting that tune, Gordy. As we continue here, we stay in 57 with this girl group sound for listener Joe Shacatano. Now, it's the debut single for these gals. They're from Queens, New York, and this is on Stan Feldman and Ed Portnoy's Ivy label, and the group is called the Del Tears. It features Barbara Thompson on lead. This is with Al Brown and his orchestra. This was a number 28 record on WMCA here in New York City, if you were listening to that station. And for you collectors out there, the true first press of this has to be on the Yellow Ivy label. It's from August 57. These are the Del Tears by request for Joe Shacatano. It's called Lullaby of the Bells.
Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Lullaby of the bell, ding dong, lullaby of the bell, ding dong. Oh, how they ring out, the truth they tell. You're my discovery. And I'm the lover for you. Lover for you. Lullaby of the bell. They ring so clear. They seem to tell me that you are near. Please hurry on. Please come back to me. Come back to me. And the bells they ring out for you and me. Well, the bells they ring out for you and me. Lullaby of the bell, they ring so clear. They seem to tell me that you are near. Please hurry home. Please come back to me. Come back to me. Ding dong, 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 ding
As going out to Joe Shacatano there, the sound of the Del Tears. Del Tears on the Ivy label, Barbara Thompson on lead, August 1957, Lullaby of the Bells. I first heard that on the Gus Gossard Show. I made the top 200 countdown. Whoever had the record had a scratchy copy. I think Jim Pewter, I think they fired Gus Gossard at the time, but there was a top 200, and I have the list. I should play that list because there's some good records on that list that I remember Gus playing, but that was on it. That was like number 200 or something, I think. That is the Del Tears going out to Joe Shacatano, Lullaby of the Bells. You know, they had another release on the Ivy label, also on Felsted, and they also recorded as the Tranquils on the Hamilton label. I have those 45s. I will feature them here on future Vinyltreasure shows. Let's continue here. Here's a request for Big Dave Swinger. This group is out of Washington, D.C., and it's the group that backed up Billy Stewart on his OK release, a killer record that I love to play, Baby You're My Only Love. One of the group members of this group became an icon for Motown Records, the Tamla label, that being Berry Gordy Jr.'s Empire. Marvin Gaye, he was a member of this group, and it also mentions on the label the orchestra is under the direction of Ellis McDaniel. Do you know who Ellis McDaniel is? I know Big Dave Swinger does. Ellis McDaniel is none other than Bo Diddley and his band. Now, the lead singer on this, his name is Reese Palmer, who co-wrote this song together with Bo Diddley. So this is by request for Big Dave Swinger in our YouTube chat room, November 57, the Marquees, Marquees, the Marquees on OK Records. It's called Hey Little Schoolgirl.
Well, hey little schoolgirl, tell me what's on your mind. Hey little schoolgirl. Well, hey little schoolgirl, tell me what's on your mind. Hey little schoolgirl. Well, you're the only one I know
That makes me feel so fine.
Hey little schoolgirl. Well, hey little mama, what makes you stay so neat? Hey little schoolgirl. Well, hey little mama, what makes you stay so neat? Hey little schoolgirl. Well, you're the only one I know
That knocks me right off of my feet.
Hey little schoolgirl.
Right off my feet.
Hey little schoolgirl, hey little
Right off of my feet.
Hey little schoolgirl, 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 hey little schoolgirl.
That's going out to Big Dave Swinger in our YouTube chat room. I'm jealous, Big Dave. You got a promo on that 45. Although that styrene doesn't play bad. I forget what did I gotta check, because maybe Seymour sold me that record. I'm not sure. Those are the Marquees there, November 1957 on the OK record label. Hey Little Schoolgirl is the name of the tune, and Reese Palmer, he's the lead singer on that there. In addition, they backed up Bo Diddley on a few of his records. If you know the song called I'm Sorry, I think that came out on that was on Checker Records, and also they backed up Harvey, aka Harvey Fuqua, on 12 Months of the Year, and also on his song called Unemployment. Those Marquees. As we continue here, we are in 1957. Now, last week I played a request for Mike Sape on Danny Robinson's Everlast record label by the Kings and Queens. Mike requested the side called So Lonely. The Kings and Queens included members of the Orioles that recorded for VJ and the Deltones that recorded for Baton. Let's flip it over here for Darrell Letts, because Darrell Letts requested the flip from June 1957. It features Della Simpson on lead. She was also lead of the Deltones. This is from June 57 on Everlast. The Kings and Queens. It's called Voices of Love for Darrell.
Way up.
That's going out to Darrell Letts in our YouTube chat. We're also going to send it out to Adrian in the chat room. He likes that tune there by the Kings and Queens. Della Simpson, she's on lead, June 1957 on the Everlast label. Voices of Love. Well, the only voice you hear is that of Johnny G and the music. Hope you're digging on the tunes. If you do, please give me a thumbs up. Also, subscribe to my YouTube channel. We'll be joining Oldies and More Radio beginning at midnight tonight, as we are in 1957. And this is a request for listener Daniel Kubacki. They recorded 2 on Al Silver's Ember record label. This is their second. And the lead singer was previously lead singer of a group called The Dreams. They recorded for Savoy Records. They were out of Philadelphia. You know the tunes Darlene, Under the Willow, I'll Be Faithful. But for some reason, they signed with Ember Records, but they didn't want his name to appear on the label. I don't know what happened there. So he decided to change his name to Kenny Esquire, that being George Tinley, the lead singer. So George Tinley, a.k.a. Kenny Esquire, here on lead, and a group called the Starlights. This is from August of 57 on Ember Records. This is for Daniel Kubacki in our YouTube chat room. It's called Tears Are Just for Fools.
I cried last night, just for fools, the whole night good, and
never forget you. Yeah, I met you. 'Cause tears are just for I'm tired of lying, so tired of denying. Yeah, you don't love me. Maybe that we're through. I'll better forget you. Yeah, I met you. 'Cause tears are just for fools. But fool that I am, I try it all over again. I put away my foolish pride, but the tears I just can't hide. Last night, yeah, all night through, and all my tears were just for you. I'll better forget you. Yeah, I met you. 'Cause tears are just for fools. I'm tired of lying. Yes, so tired of denying. Oh, you don't love me. Yes, that we're through. I better forget you. Yes, yes, I met you. 'Cause here I die for
That's going out to Daniel Kubacki there. That's Kenny Esquire, a.k.a. George Tinley and the Starlights. August 1957, the second of two on the Ember record label. Tears Are Just for Fools is the name of that tune. Let's move into 1958 now. Now, last week I played a request for Kenny Mack by the Five Chords, a group out of Newark, New Jersey, featuring Johnny Jones on lead. The song was called Love Is Like Music, parentheses, Do Re Mi. It was listener Darrell Letts and Big Dave Swinger asked to hear the flip side of this. This is from September 1958. These are the Five Chords on Jamie Records out of Philadelphia for Big Dave and for Darrell. It's called Don't Just Stand There, parentheses, Do Something.
Don't just stand there. Do something. Kiss me and start a fire. I've been yearning. My lips are burning. You're my one desire. Don't just stand there. Come and hold me and don't let go. stand there. Do something, give your heart to me. Give your heart to me.
That's going out to Big Dave Swinger and Darrell Letts. The sound of the 5 chords there. Let me just check something for a second. I want to see the, because this was done by the, Charlene didn't have it on here. What's their name? There they go. Yeah. No, not that group. That group. There you go. It was done by the Teen Kings. It says September 59, and this is September 58. Yeah, this is the original. The Teen Kings did it on the Willette label in 1959. This is the original by the 5 chords. Lead singer on that was Johnny Jones, and the older brother to soul singer Linda Jones. September 1958 on Jamie Records. Don't Just Stand There, parentheses, Do Something. That's for Big Dave Swinger and Darrell Letts. Let's continue here, and we are in 1958 here. This is a request for listener Mnon as we go to Art Roop's specialty label for this one, and who recorded the lead singer on this song is 18 years old. He's originally from New Orleans, Louisiana. This was their lone release on the specialty record label, and he co-wrote the tune. His name is Cleveland Jackson. First time I heard this song was on the Little Walter Show. I used to get tapes from Mike Demersion when I used to go to the record shows. I used to go to the used to come to the county center here in White Plains. Also used to go to the show in New Jersey. There was, I think it was, is it Spring something, New Jersey? Johnny, she's COVID brain still. But also in Waterbury, Connecticut. And Mike would give me tapes of Little Walter's show. Of course, Little Walter known for putting out all those CDs. I think he passed away. I think he died from COVID, if I'm not mistaken. But that's where I heard this song first, and it's a request for Mnon. This is from December 58 on the specialty label. These are the Crystals, and their tune called Love You So.
I love you.
That's going out to Amnon there. The Crystals from December 1958. Cleveland Jackson, he's the lead singer. It's on Art Roop Specialty Records. Out of California, song entitled Love You So. We stay in 58 with this request for Angelo Papagallo. Angelo, I don't know if you're still in the chat room, but last week Angelo requested a rare 45 from upstate New York by the Rhythm Cadets, called Dearest Doris on the Vesta label. Vesta Records. This week he requested another rare 45 on the Vesta label, and the group is called the El Darrows. Now, the lead singer on the Rhythm Cadets was Bebo Singleton. The lead singer on this group, the El Darrows, is his brother, Jimmy Singleton. This is from August of 1958. This is going out to Angelo. These are the El Darrows on the Vesta label. It's called Please Surrender. There you go, for Angelo in the YouTube chat room.
Do 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 up, they 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 do. Please surrender. Don't break my lonely heart. You know I love you. Tell me we'll never part. You know I need you. Please surrender to me. They do what they do what they do. You know I love you, and you know that I care, dear. You know I need you, your love I'll never share, dear. Please surrender, please surrender to me. Surrender. You know how much I love you, and you know how much I care. You know how much I need you. Your love I will never share. Please surrender. Don't ever break my heart, dear. You know I love you, and you know that I care, dear. You know I need you. Please surrender to me. Do up, they do up, they do up, they do.
August 1958 release there with the El Darrows. That's going out to Angelo Papagallo in our YouTube chat room. Jimmy Singleton on lead came out on the Vesta record label from upstate New York. Please Surrender is the name of the tune. One of the mistakes Johnny G made, I should have bought that record. I had a chance to get a Stone Mint copy for $1,000 that I should have done, but you see, I ended up getting the VG copy for $400. I mean, it doesn't play bad. Actually, the label is pretty nice and clean, but it was played, the record was played, but it sounds decent. Did it sound decent? I think it did. But I really would have liked that mint copy. Went to some collector down in Florida. It was like, so Ted told me, he's going to pay me $1,000 for that, but you need to send him a check for $400 and he'll send you his record. That's how it went. But, it was when I was not smart then. But anyway, I'm still not smart. But let's continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. And we go back to Philadelphia now with this request for Adrian Viterbo. Duto in the YouTube chat room. This is on the Rulu record label, another rare 45, by the way, this is. And it's a great two-sided 45 by a group called the Vernals. The Vernals. Now, Adrian requested the ballad side. This is from June of 1958 on the Rulu record label, the Vernals, with their tune called Raindrops. No, that is wrong. That is wrong. We got to backtrack there. You see, I told you Johnny G makes mistakes. This is a request for Kenny Mack. I'm showing you the 5 discs on MG, and I'm talking about the Vernals on Rulu. That's a mistake. I'm sorry, Kenny, to diss you, but this is the debut single for this group out of Brooklyn, New York. You got to forgive the DJ. You do. This is the debut single for this group out of Brooklyn, New York. It's on Gene Schwartz's MG record label, and you could ask Fred Clemens in the chat room about this label. He knows a lot about Gene Schwartz and the Lori and the MG record label. But this features Mario DeAndrade on lead, and it's a classic by this group, the 5 discs. This is going out to Kenny Mack, February 58, the 5 discs on the MG label. The song is called I Remember. Boy, that brings back memories. I heard that on the Gus Gossard show. I asked my Aunt Mary about that record, and she goes, "Oh, do you have that record?" Because she had never ended up buying the 45, and I'm sure if she did, she wouldn't get it on the MG label, probably on the Vic label. But I think when I got my first copy, it was on Russ Records. That was like the third rendition or the third pressing of it. But that's the original on the MG label. Now, what is Fred talking about? RCA Stampers. Let me see what mine says in the dead wax here. It's February 1958. MG Records. I remember the 5 discs. What else do I got here? Vic would then pick this up. Then in 61, it was re-released on Rust. Now, it charted on the Vic label on WINS here in New York City, number 33. Also charted on Rust. Was a big number 4 record on WDON in 1961. So that record really got around. And the 5 discs, of course, very popular. You said Fred, it's got the RCA matrix number there. Are you saying that it's not J08? It says J8OW1827, and this says It's hard to see. J8. That's what mine has. 1827-1. That's in the dead wax, and of course it's got like an A1 or something in there. But that's on this copy. And you know who I bought this from? The lead singer of I saw an ad in the Penny Saver magazine that he needed to sell his collection because he was allergic to mold, and all his records that he had down in the basement seemed to have like a mold smell. Well, it wasn't really that bad when I got there. So he's what's his name? Corrente. His father was in a vocal group, and he worked for CBS FM. The kid did. He was married with a kid, and he brought me. I went down the basement, and I ended up buying all the records for $230. I got some. That was in it, plus some other things. I'll remember. Johnny G losing his mind here on a Saturday night. Let's continue here. Now let's go back to Philadelphia, PA, with this request for Adrian Viterbo. These are the Vernals from June of '58 on the Rulu record label. This is the ballad side, another rare 45. It's called Raindrops. This is for Adrian. That's Rare Philadelphia there. Going out to, lose my place here, Adrian Viterbo. There you go, June 1958, the Vernals on the Rulu label, song entitled Raindrops. And they later have releases on the Arnold label as the Varnels in 1961. And, Varnels in 61. Yeah, there you go. That's in there twice, Charlene. Anyway, we continue. Here we are in 1958. Now, here's a request for new listener Paul Greco of Philadelphia. I'm sure he long went to bed. He said he can stick around for the first hour or two. But let's go back to Philadelphia, PA, for this group that started recording back in 1954 for Rainbow Records. And you know their signature song from 1957. It was called Long Lonely Nights. But they had so many great releases on different labels, Gotham and Mainline and Chess and Casino and United Artists, plus others. And of course they are Lee Andrews and the Hearts. Now, Paul requested the B-side to their second of four on United Artists, and I told him about this. I said, you know, Paul, Lee Andrews is not doing lead on the B-side. And he said he thought it was Lee Andrews, but it's not Lee Andrews on the B-side. The song was co-written by a different lead singer. His name was Roy Calhoun. He is the lead singer. So this is going out to Paul Greco in Philadelphia, July 58, Lee Andrews and the Hearts on United Artists with Roy Calhoun on lead. It's called Glad to Be Here. Can't do that. See Johnny G getting all messed up tonight. Come on, Johnny, pick this right.
Say eeny meeny distoling go mine Kamalina ratchet chacha umalacha alavalu. That means we're glad to be here.
We're really glad to be here.
Ladies and gentlemen, children too, here's five boys to do a show for you. We're gonna turn all around, we're gonna touch the ground, we're gonna shim sham shimmy all around, we're gonna shim sham shimmy all over the stage. We're gonna shim sham shimmy till we get paid, because we're glad to be here.
You know we're glad to be
Think
here.
it's safe to do a tango. Yeah, we do it from an angle. To the back, from a side to side. To the back, to the front, from side to side. Say eeny meeny distoling your mind Kamalina ratchet chacha umalacha alavalu. That means we're glad to be here.
You know we're glad to be here.
We're really glad to be here. Yeah, we're really glad to be here. We're gonna turn all around, we're gonna touch the ground, we're gonna shim sham shimmy all around, we're gonna shim sham shimmy all over the stage. We're gonna shim sham shimmy till we get paid. We're gonna wear our pants above our knees. We're gonna shake this stage just to please, because we're glad to be here.
You know we're glad to be here.
From the side to side, to the back, to the front, from a side to side. Say eeny meeny distoling you mine Kamalina ratchet chacha umalacha alavalu. That means it's nice to have been here.
Really nice to have been here.
See you once again here we are.
That's going out to Paul Greco there, the sound of Lee Andrews and the Hearts. With Roy Calhoun on lead, that's the B-side to Why Do I? The A-side was called Why Do I? But that's the B-side, Glad to Be Here, July 1958 on the United Artists Records. I hope you're glad to be here, as we're almost hitting the overtime thing, and I still got a lot more records to go, folks. As we continue, here we are in 1958. We go to Washington, D.C. for this request for Josue Perez. This group came about with the combinations of two gospel groups, the Progressive Four, and another group called the Buddies. They go way back to the 1930s, so there were many, though, generations of these two groups. And then in the late 40s, they changed their name to the Captains, and they had releases on DC and Gotham and Dot and Coral Records, and by mid-1953, the group sort of disbanded, but then in 1958, they were resurrected again by Harmon Bethea and a new Captains group, and they had their first release on the Hollywood label, and the L is for the Spanish presentation of the group El Captains. So they were called the El Captains. And this is the A side of their release on Frank Motley's Hollywood record label. No, it's with Frank. I think he owned this label. I think he did, but it's with the Frank Motley Orchestra. It features Lester Britton on lead. This is from April '58. This is going out to Josue Perez in our YouTube chat room. The El Captains on Hollywood Records. It's called The Bells Ring Out.
Ding dong,
Dear Lord above, I pray to thee that she'll come back to me.
The bells ring out from heaven above. The bells to me. You'll be my love. Oh, how they ring. Oh, how they sing. The bells. The bells to me. We'll be happy, and you never leave me. Oh, how they ring, oh, how they say the bells.
yeah, the bells, they're ringing way up in the sky. Oh yeah, I pray for the day that I will hear my sweetheart say, let should the bells be.
The bells ring out from heaven above. The bells told me you'll be my love. Oh, how they ring. Oh, how they say.
The bells.
Dear Lord above, I pray to thee that she'll come back to me.
That's going out to Josue Perez there, the sound of the El Captains, April 1958. That's on the Hollywood record label. The Bells Ring Out is the name of the tune, and that featured, what did I say his name was a Lester Britton, Britton on lead for that. I bought that from Nick Nicola when he was on Gold Mine magazine. He was selling out his collection. I think he needed the money, and he was selling a small, like maybe 20 records at a time, or at least they were, at least in the Gold Mine magazine. One of the other one was called on New Cat. Is it the Five Roses? I bought that one from him. There were a couple. The Loves on Stallion was another. There were a few records that I got out of, or that was left over from his collection, because all the nice big records, they went. I miss those. Anyway, let's continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. We are in 1959 now, and this is a request for Amanda Williams. I think she's a listener over in the UK. You know this group out of Gary, Indiana, and it's been a while since I played this 45. Of course, they're called the Spaniels, but it doesn't feature Pookie Hudson on lead. It features the bass lead of Gerald Gregory, and he does actually a great job on this Rodgers and Hammerstein classic song that dates back to 1943. It's from December of 59. This is for Amanda Williams. These are the Spaniels with Gerald Gregory on lead on VJ Records. The song is called People Will Say We're in Love, for Amanda.
Why don't you hear what I said? And you know I don't play. Now, baby, don't you throw those bouquets at me. And you better not try to please my folks too much. And you mustn't laugh at my jokes too much. Because people will say we're in love. Didn't you hear what I told you? Don't sigh and gaze at me. Don't you know that your sighs are so like mine? You better watch your eyes, mustn't blow like mine. Because people will say that we're in love. Now, baby, now don't you start around collecting things, or I'm gonna get my robe and my glove. Well, sweetheart, they're suspecting things. Don't you know what people will say? Done told you what people will say. I know what people will say. We're in love. Now, baby, now don't you start around collecting things, or I'm gonna get my robe and my glove. Whoa, sweetheart, they're suspecting things. Don't you know what people will say? Done told you what people will say. I told you that people will say we're in love. We're in love.
There you go. That's Spaniels. That's going out to Amanda Williams. December 1959 release on the VJ record label. People Will Say We're in Love, with the bass lead there of Gerald Gregory. That's on Rodgers and Hammerstein classic tune there. As Johnny G messed up here on this next record, this wasn't supposed to... No, this was supposed to play. I just didn't copy it in my sheet here. So you're going to have to bear with me for 1 second here while I open up Charlene's Excel sheet here. So talk amongst yourselves here for a little bit as I messed up here. Let me put back my thing and let me go to... Charlene, I didn't copy this in. And this is on the download page. So I got to go to downloads, and then I got to go to your worksheet. This is a request. This is a request for I messed it up here. I think it's for Joshua, if I'm not mistaken. Let me see. Find Diana. Find Diana Cole. So Charlene's going to mess up your thing. Diana Cole. There you go. Charlene, you're going to have to add this in between number... After that Spaniels record, you got to add this in. This is a request for Joshua. Joshua requested... I can barely see this thing. This gal... I'm trying to read this. This gal, she's from the Bronx, New York. No, that's not it. There you go. I messed up. It's right here. Okay. This next gal first recorded on Jerry Blaine's Josie label back in 1956. Then she did 2 on the Strand label. Now, can you name the hit on the Strand label? It was a 45 my aunt bought back in 1959, a record I'd like one of my, if I play at 1 o'clock, I'll play like some teen records like Sandy by Larry Hall, but that was a hit on the Strand label, maybe the biggest hit on the label. But she had 2 releases on the Strand label. This is her first, a tune written by Paul Evans and it's with Marv Meredith and the orchestra. And this is from June of 1959. Her name is Diana Cole. It's on Strand Records. The song is called Picture on the Wall. And this is for Joshua Palomo. This is for Joshua. This is for you, Diana Cole.
On my wall, it doesn't belong there, not at all. It's a picture of you and me, a reminder of what used to be. I talk to that picture on my wall. I'm hoping and praying that you will call, but my future looks very black, 'cause pictures never talk back. Remember the way you made me laugh when they took our photograph. Was it really love or just a pose? You're the only one who knows. Along with the picture on my wall, and now I hear footsteps down the hall. Darling, if you come back to me, just picture how happy we'll be. Just picture how happy we'll be.
As by request for Joshua Palomo, that is Diane. I said Diane. It's Diana Cole. Diana Cole, Picture on My Wall. That came out on the Strand record label June 1962. That is her first of 2 on the Strand record label. We continue here in 1959. This next group, they're from Akron, Ohio. This is a request for listener Mnon. First recording in 1957 on the Reserve record label, which was out of Cleveland, Ohio. And this was their next release on Al Silver's Ember label. The members included Wade Haddis, he was the tenor, Ron Kalai, baritone, Harvey Russell, bass, and lead singer Frank Kalai, Lail. This tune written by the tenor of the group. This is from March of 59. This is for Mnon. Let's give a listen to The Wonders. The Wonders on the Ember label. It's called I'll Write a Book.
I'll write a book about you. 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 Yeah, I thought I would write. I'll tell you of your charms, tell you how I like to hold you in my arms, tell you of my love. My love for you, well, it's all in a book about you. Oh, well, I wrote of your hair, your eyes and lips, and all of these things make my heart do flips. If only you would say you're my girl to be, then all of our lives it would be you and me. Yeah, I finished my book about you, and here is a love that's true. There's nothing in this world I wouldn't do for you. Yeah, it's all in a book about you. Well, oh, well, I wrote of your hair, your eyes and lips, and all of these things make my heart do flip. If only you would say you're my girl to be, then all of our lives it would be you and me. Well, I finished my book about you, and here is a love that's true. There's nothing in this world I couldn't do for you. Well, it's all right, a book about you. I'll write a book about you. I'll write a book about you. I'll write a book about you.
Those are the Wonders going out to Amnon. They're from Akron, Ohio, March 1959. It's on Al Silver's Ember record label. Song entitled I'll Write a Book. I should write a book about Johnny G. Wouldn't that be cool? I can write a book about anything. Yes, I can. Remember, 2 requests, your 2 best requests, send them to me at vinyltreasures@aol.com. We continue here. We are in 1959. We go to 20 Palms, California. Has anybody ever been to 20 Palms, California? This is a request for Joe Shacatano. Now, this group first recorded for the Aladdin record label, Eddie and Leo Mesner's Aladdin Records. Do you know a song called Jeannie, Joni, Shirley, Tony? Do you know that song? That's a cool tune, by the way, by a group called the 4 Palms. But in 1959, they recorded for Richard Bach's World Pacific label out of Los Angeles, California. The members of the group were Louis Faison, James Jackson, Nathaniel Thomas, and the lead singer Haskell Nelson. And this is from November of 1959. This is directed by Nick Vanette. He's the brother of Steve Vanette, as we welcome in Oldies and More Radio here to the Vinyl Treasure Show. This is for Joe Shacatano. These are the Rainbows, a.k.a. the 4 Palms, on the World Pacific label for Joe Shacatano. It's called Maybe It's Wrong.
Don't care, don't care, don't care, don't care.
Maybe it's wrong, but I love you. Maybe it's wrong, but I care. Maybe it's wrong, but I dream of you. Of a life we could share. Maybe it's wrong, but I need you with all of my heart. Maybe I knew when I first met you that it was wrong from the start. Try to be lovers, it just happened that way. Then suddenly we discovered that dangerous game that only two can play. You left my arms for another, although I hate you, I still love you.
That's going out to Joe Shacatano in our YouTube chat room. The Sound of the Rainbows, Rainbeaus, November 59. It's on World Pacific Records. Maybe It's Wrong is the name of the two. So when Joe sent me the request, I'm like, do I have this record? So I went to my gold colored Kreider book, where when I would buy the records, I would take, I'm missing past the letter S, of course, on the labels. So it was there. World Pacific wasn't there. So I'm like, okay, I can't check if I have it there. So I went and looked in 3 other Kreider books. It wasn't checked off. I looked in that big Ken Klee book I had. It wasn't checked off. I said, Joe, I'm not sure if I have it. Send me another one. So I said, let me look in the R's, because he sent me the request, I think, Sunday late or Monday morning. So I was looking, I said, holy moly, here it is. I didn't even know that I had the record. See, that's going to happen sometimes because I'm trying to get organized. But that goes out to Joe Shacatano, November 59, The Rainbows on World Pacific. Maybe It's Wrong. As we welcome in Oldies and More Radio, we continue here in 1959 with this request for Indrajit Avani out of the UK. This group, though, is out of Tulsa, Oklahoma, and the owner of the label, Hugh Whitlow, co-wrote the tune. The lead singer on this is Charles Burton, going out to Indrajit. This is from November 59, The Crowns. The Crowns on the Wheel label. It's called Lonely for You.
Lonely for you. Oh, I'm so lonely. Oh, I'm so lonely. Oh, I'm so lonely, lonely for you. I'm all hoping that you hurry home, my darling, hurry home to me. I'm so lonely, lonely, lonely for you, lonely for you. I don't go anywhere without you. I don't do anything without you. I don't even go to the teenage house, 'cause I can't stroll, I can't scratch, well, I can't even do the fly.
That's going out to Indrajit. That is the Crown. Those are the Crowns there, November 1959, on the Wheel record label out of Tulsa, Oklahoma. Lonely for You. This sounds like the King Crooners on Heart, I think. They do a song called Lonely, or I'm So Lonely. It sounds like that. I think I should play those two together. But anyway, up next, a request for Jimmy Amato as we stay in 1959. And I don't have much information on this group, though. Jimmy, I don't know if you know anything about this group. It appears to be their only release. It's on the Kenko label, which is out of New York City. and there were only 20 releases on this Kenko label, and I have a few of them. There's some teen records, and also there's another group record on this, the Idols. Something else I got that's pretty good. Fabulous Idols, I think, is another good record. But this is this is the second overall release on the label. Yeah, the Fabulous Idols is the other one that I have, which was actually sought after. It's not that easy to find. But this is with the Joel Shaw Orchestra, arranged by Joe Renee from October '59. This is for Jimmy Amato, the Fabuleers. The Fabuleers on the Kenko label. It's called If I Had Another Chance. This is for Jimmy.
I'd gladly start again if I had another chance. I'd give my heart again if I had another chance. Our hearts desired what love inspired. Then you grew tired of our romance. I often wondered why we began to drift apart. Perhaps it's just that I loved you much too much, sweetheart. If that's the reason, then I know in advance I'd make the same mistake if I had another chance. If I had another
That's going out to Jimmy Amato there, The Sound of the Fabuleers. Very nice tune from October 1959, If I Had Another Chance. That one there on the Kenko record label. Don't know anything about that record, but that's I might have 2 copies of that record too anyway, as Johnny G loses his mind here. And we continue. We are in 1959. Here's another request for Joshua Palomo. Now, this group is out of the Bronx, New York. It included, we're going to talk about this a little bit because I showed you 2 records. I didn't show you the second record yet, but I will. The first record I showed you was on the Spring label. Kind of weird, this Spring label, by the way, because, the Laurels had the original version of Baby Talk on it, because this record was both pressed on the label was located both on the West Coast and the East Coast. Now, this pressing is a Monarch pressing, so it was pressed in the Monarch pressing plant. There's a delta in the dead wax. Now, when I got the request from Joshua, he said, Johnny, can you play the Acorns on the Unart record label, Your Name and Mine? So I said, I got 2 records by the Acorns. I have Angel, and I have that record. I don't think they have another one. Do they have another one, Charlene? I'm not sure. But anyway, so Charlene said, Johnny, I'm doing research on this record, and it's odd because there's a 45 on Spring by Vinny and Sue with the same title. So evidently that record was the original of the Acorn 45, if you know what I mean. So I said, well, Charlene, I think I got that record. Let me go check. And I had it, and I cleaned it this morning, and I said, well, we're going to do a contrast because something's different between the two. So I don't know if I'm going to play the entire song on the Spring label because I like how the Unart release sounds. But anyway, the original was Vinny and Sue. Now, Vinny is really Vinny Catalano, and he either, I don't know, what do you call it? Like you double track your voice, and she's singing on the record too. And he did the same thing with his first record called Angel, and it's interesting because we're going to flip it over because it's just so odd. But Unart would eventually pick this up, and they instead of being called Vinny and Sue, they were known as the Acorns. So let's play a little bit of the original. 45 Cats got it wrong. It didn't come out in 57. It was released in October of 58, and then the Acorns version came out in March 59. But either way, I'll play the Acorns all the way through, but we'll hear a little bit of the first record because it kind of sounds like it's missing something. But here it is. This was the original from October 58 as Vinny and Sue. Vinny Catalano is the lead. You hear the gal come in. It's called Your Name and Mine. This is for Joshua.
Your name and mine, carved on a tree. It tells the world what you mean to me. Since we first met, life's been a dream. Oh, how could you say goodbye? Your name and mine, drawn on a wall, it tells the gang I've answered love's call. Don't close your eyes, I lost you strong. Your name and mine, carved on a tree. It tells the world what you mean to me. Since we first met, life's been a dream. Oh, how could you say goodbye? Your name and mine, drawn on a wall, it tells the gang I've answered love's call. Don't close your eyes, I lost you strong. Oh, don't say goodbye. What good are we without each other? How could flowers grow without the rain? We were always happy, dear, together, till you started the doubt that caused the pain. Your name and mine, carved on a tree. It tells the world what you mean to this man. Life's been a dream. Oh, how could you say goodbye?
That's going out to Joshua there, the sound of the Acorns, really a duet. Vinny and Sue. I only know one of them, Vinny Catalano. He's the male voice there. April 1959, featured it on the Unart label there. Played a little bit. I guess they mixed it. It sounds the sound quality much fuller on the Unart promo, that is. But then the interesting thing, because Daryl mentioned a different flip side, because the flip side on this is a song called it's called Please Come Back. But the interesting thing is, I told you that their first release was called Angel. It's actually a pretty cool up-tempo teen record. This flip side here by Vinny and Sue is called Yours. But you know what you hear on the flip side? I'll play a little bit of it. You get this song.
Angel, angel, angel. Whoop, 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 whoop.
Heaven sent you to guide and care for me, to always be around.
So you really, I don't know why it's called Yours, because if you have the first release on Unart, it's Angel by the Acorns, and that's the song. So I don't know what happened there. How do you go from Yours to Angel? I don't know how that goes, but anyway, that's it. Let's move on here to the new song here as we go to Baltimore, Maryland for this request here for Jimmy Amato. They recorded for Zell Sanders' JNS record label. I was looking for what JNS stands for, Jimmy. I couldn't find it. I always wanted to read a couple other papers to find out a little bit more, but I'll find what JNS means. But the label, of course, is out of the Bronx, New York. And she heard this group singing backstage at a show she was attending in Baltimore at the time, and they were known as the Ecuadors. And she said that they needed to change their name, and she said, why don't you become the Plants? I guess, I don't know. And so she said, I'll sign you to my JNS record label. The result was this 45. And the lead singer on this, his name is George Jackson. So this is from 1959. This is not an easy record to find, by the way. Great two-sided 45 too. These are the Plants on JNS Records. This is for Jimmy Amato. The song is called I Searched the Seven Seas.
I searched the seven seas for you, my dear. But I searched the seven seas. If I could only be with
is going out to Jimmy Amato there, The Sound of the Plants. George Jackson on lead, 1959 on J&S Records. I searched the 7 C's. I think it was who sold me that? Seymour Simon. I think I got that out of his collection there. You know, George Jackson and the Unisons. They do a group on a song on the Les K record label. That's him on lead on that one. What is it? Watching the Rainbow. That's a good record if you don't have it. Let's continue here in Vinyl Treasure Overtime. Here's a request for Adrian in Mexico. That's the name is spelt wrong, I think, Charlene, on this, but it's a request. It's actually a big hit. I normally don't play big hits here on the program, but I will feature big hits on their original label. Now, this singer, born August 7th, 1939 in Seattle, Washington. His initial release was a smash hit. It charted number 7 on Billboard, number 5 on Cashbox, number 1 on KFXM in San Bernardino, California. And it's a song he wrote. Well, if you have it on the Donna label, Bob Keane's Donna Records, that was the label that he had the hit on. But it originally came out on the Night Owl record label in February of 1960. And the DJ started to play it on the Night Owl label, and Bob Keane heard it, and he said, well, I'll distribute this record, and I'll put it out on his Donna label, but I'm playing it on the original label, Night Owl Records. Now, this is going out to Adrian Viterbo in our YouTube chat room from February 1960. This is Ron Holden and the Thunderbirds, and a hit, but on the Night Owl label, it's called Love You So for Adrian.
Whoa.
There you go. You get a treat there. Rarely feature hits here, but on the original label, Night Owl Records from February 1960, that's Ron Holden with the Thunderbirds going out to Adrian Viterbo. That is a cool tune. Ron Holden and the Thunderbirds with Love You So. The flip side is great too. It's a great up-tempo called My Babe. Got to play that one here. We continue here. We are in 1960 now. This is a request for Mike Sape, sending it out to Jimmy Amato. We go to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania now for this group. And both sides of this 45 are cover tunes. This is on Joe Averbach's Star record label. He also owned the Phoebe record label that the Del Vikings recorded on. And one side of this is a cover of a Jesse Hill tune called Whip It Up, but Mike requested the other side, a killer ballad, first recorded by Bobby Freeman on the King label, but this is much better. This cover is much better. From June 1960, Smiley Moon and the Moon Tunes on the Star label, by request for Mike Sape, sending it out to Jimmy Amato. It's called You Don't Understand.
No, you don't understand that I want to be your lover, man. I'll blue my love to you. But still, you don't understand. I sit in my room, feeling so sad, you don't seem to understand. No, you don't understand that I want to be your
Wow, what a great record that is. By request from Mike Sape to Jimmy Amato, June 1960, Smiley Moon and the Moon Tunes. Great tune there, You Don't Understand, originally done by Bobby Freeman. That version is excellent. That's on the Star record label. It's out of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. We're going to stay in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania with this request for listener Joe Shacatano. This came out on the Robbie label, and I think I played their other release. Who requested the other release? I forget who did. But this actually charted number 3 on WDON in Wheaton, Maryland. And I think this group tried to sound like the Skyliners. I got to thank Gary Knox for helping in the pronunciation of this, the lead singer on this. He must have been listening to the other show that I did, and I couldn't pronounce the name, but this is their first of 2 on the Robbie label. Produced and arranged by label owner Lenny Martin, and the lead singer on this, his name is His name is Ray Lansanisi. Lansanisi is his name, the lead singer on this from May 1960. Let's give a listen to The Holidays. The Holidays on the Robbie label for Joe Shacatano. The song is called Miss You.
Miss you so, my darling. Miss you more each day. Hope that you return to me and hear what I to say. I'm sorry, my darling, for treating you that way. I hope that you forgive me, dear, and come home and stay. I love you. Please, please come home and stay. Miss you more each day. I've counted all my blessings, darling, since you've been gone. Now I know, my dear, how I've been wrong. I love you. Please, please come home and stay. Now that you're gone, dear, I miss you so. How hard I tried, dear, you'll never know. I've counted all my blessings, darling, since you've been gone. Now I know, my dear, how I've been wrong. I love you. Please, please come home and stay. Please, please come home and stay. Please, please come home and stay.
Out of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, there, going out to Joe Shacatano, the first of two. First of two for The Holidays, May 1960. It's on the Robbie record label. Ray Lansanisi, he's the lead singer on that song entitled Miss You. As we continue in 1960 with a request for Timothy in our YouTube chat room in the early 1960s. Now, Richard Barrett, he previously was the lead singer of the Valentines on the Rama label. He left George Goldner's Empire, but was still managing groups like the Chantels and Imperials and several other acts, as well as doing his own recordings. Now, one of the acts that he was managing were the Casals, a group called the Casals. It was actually a duet of Jimmy Castor and Tony Salveggi. They recorded for the Seville record label. Now, Barrett also signed with Seville Records and put out this 145 that was requested by Timothy, and he used a vocal group to back him up. They were from 124th Street and Lenox Avenue in Harlem. They were called the Sevilles. And, of course, they were named after the label they recorded for, the Seville record label. And he wrote this tune, Richard Barrett, that is. Let's go to February of 1960 for Richard Barrett and the Sevilles on the Seville label. And it's for Timothy. It's called I Am Yours.
I am yours. I'm yours. I am yours. I'm yours. You are mine.
That's for Timothy in our YouTube chat room. Richard Barrett and the Sevilles, February 1960. It's on Seville Records. I Am Yours is the name of the tune. I love the Valentine's 45's and really a lot of the stuff that Richard Barrett was behind, like that one there. Unfortunately, it passed away August 3rd of 2006. He was 73 years old. He died from pancreatic cancer. We remember him here on the Vinyltreasure show. Let's stay in 1960. This is a request for Angelo's older brother, Nat Papagallo, as we go to Detroit, Michigan. This tune originally released in April of 1960 on Berry Gordy's Tamla record label. It also came out a little later in July 1960 with a different title, which supposedly is a rarer version, called You Can Depend on Me, with a different flip. But either way, it's a great tune. I like it. Written by Berry Gordy Jr. It features William Smokey Robinson on lead. This charted number 25 on KRLA in Los Angeles, California. And this was the group's first release on the Tamla label, April 1960, for Nat Papagallo in Naples, Florida. These are the Miracles with Depend on Me. For Nat.
Falling in
That's going out to Nat Papagallo. Depend on Me is the name of the tune from April 1960. It's on the Tamla record label. We'll say Smokey Robinson on lead for that one, Fred. It's called Depend on Me. We are in 1960. Let's go to Jacksonville, Florida, with a request for Ronnie Sherman for the King Crooners. They had two releases on Ernie Young's Excello record label. Their first tune was an excellent record called Won't You Let Me Know. Ronnie requested their second, and for some reason they spelled their Crooners on the second release with a K. I don't know why they changed it. There must have been a reason why they did it. It really doesn't say. But it's from September of 1960. It features Little Rico on lead. That's what it says on the label, but really, Little Rico is John Stanberry. He's on lead. This is for Ronnie Sherman, September 1960, the King Crooners with a K on the Excello label. The song is called School, D-A-Z-E, School Days.
More pencils, more books,
more teachers, dirty look.
School days are back again. More read, more write, more arithmetic.
More that dad blame my hickory stick.
School days are back again. Whoa, whoa, oh, now I have to get up early. No more sleeping late like I used to do. I've got to get off to school, 'cause
Mama say that's the right thing to do.
Going back to cheating under the desk.
I've been off for 3 months rest.
But school days are back again. The principal knows me by name.
Now, fellas, ain't that a shame?
Oh, school days are back again. Oh, oh, baby, how I hate to get up early. I'd like to sleep another hour or two. But if I don't get off to school,
Mama will whoop me with daddy's shoe.
I don't know why school makes me sad.
After all, it's not too bad.
Oh, school days are back again. Good old school. School days are back again.
That's going out to Ronnie Sherman. He's a night owl like Johnny G and Angelo. Those are the King Crooners, September 1960, with John Stanberry on lead on the Excello record label, Ernie Young's Excello Records, out of Nashville, Tennessee. School Days with D-A-Z-E. Pun on that. Yes. We are in 1960. Here's a request for Kenny Mack. As I like both sides of this 45. It's on Buddy Caldwell's Len Records out of Philadelphia. The artist is Herb Johnson. He's originally from North Carolina, but he was raised in Philadelphia. There is an uncredited group backing him up, but they really are the Cruisers. The Cruisers that also recorded on Buddy Caldwell's V-Tone record label. Now, this charted number 94 on WIBG in Philadelphia. This is from January of 1960. This is for Kenny Mack in our YouTube chat room. Herb Johnson on Len. The song is called Guilty.
I am guilty. Everybody knows
As by request for Kenny Mack there, Herb Johnson and the Uncredited Cruisers backing him up from January 1960 on Len Records. Buddy Caldwell's Len record label. It's called Guilty, and Herb Johnson has other releases: V-Tone, Palm, Swan, and other labels. As I mentioned, the Cruisers also recorded on Caldwell's V-Tone label. Let's go back to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania as we move into 1961 with this request for Joel Chandler. Now, Cornelius Harp and the Marcells, they had about 13 releases on the Colpix record label. I'm sure you know their biggest hit, their first release on Colpix, was a song called Blue Moon. It went all the way up to number 1 for them. That prompted Colpix Records to release an LP. They put out an LP. They called it Blue Moon. I think there were 9 of those cuts never were released on a 45, but some were in the 1970s. And collector and record dealer Tom Trabosky, he owned a label called Owl Records, and he released lots of sides that were only available on LPs. And this is one that he took off of that Blue Moon LP, so this is really the only way you can get it. I think some maybe Collectibles put it out also, but it features Cornelius Harp on lead. It was recorded March of 1961, and these are the Marcells. This is going out to Joel Chandler, the Marcells on Owl Records. The song is called Crazy Bells.
Cause my little girl just put me down. First to go ding and then to go dong. What's the matter with you, boy? Can't you hear that song? Crazy bells in my heart. Can't you hear them ringing? Ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling. Ring-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling. Ring-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling. Crazy bells in my What's the matter with you, boy? Can't you hear that song? Crazy bells in my heart. Can't you hear them ringing?
That's Cornelius Harp and the Marcells. That's going out to a Joel Chandler, a.k.a. Zenith, in our YouTube chat room. Recorded in March of 1961, was put out on that Blue Moon album on the Colpix record label. If you want the 45, if you want to call it the original 45, it came out sometime in the early to mid-70s on the Owl label. Crazy Bells is the name of the tune. Johnny G having a crazy night right here, and broadcasting live on Oldies and More Radio, also on YouTube. We are are in 61. This is a request for California listener Josue Perez. Now, this group first recorded for the Record label back in 1958, but this was their next release, came out in 1961, but some of the books have this wrong. They have this as 1958. That is not correct. This release is after the Del Satins release on the Gem label from 1961. So this song written by John Wagner, who I think is the lead singer. So this is going out to Josue from 1961. These are the Gems on Win, W-I-N Records. It's called The Night Is Over for Josue. That's for Josue Perez, the sound of the Gems there, 1961. On Win Records, The Night Is Over. Not over yet. We still got some records to go here as we're going to, like I said, going forward, two requests, because the shows is sometimes, it gets a little bit too long, and, it's how you got to get to bed. I know you might get up later, but we really want to get as many records as we can in for as many of the listeners and some people they never send requests in, but really, my listeners give me great requests. I have to say, I can't really complain about the requests that I get from the listeners because they're great, they're excellent here. As we continue here, we go back to Atlantic Records, this group out of Baltimore, Maryland. This was their very last single for the Atlantic record label, and it's a request for Ellen Bramwell. I think she's a listener over in the UK, and their first release came out back in 1951, and for over 10 years now later, this time with featuring Billy Mitchell on lead. He's doing lead on this tune, and I guess this was their attempt to cash in on the twist craze. at the time. Remember, 10 years later, they're still singing and recording for Atlantic Records. From December 61 for Ellen Bramwell, these are the Clovers. Billy Mitchell on lead on Atlantic Records. It's called Drive It Home.
We give it the number one to drive it home. Drive it home. We give it the number one to drive it home. Drive it home. Well, we give it the number one. Baby, this can be fun. So put your cheek close to mine and drive it home. We give it the number two. Drive it home. Yeah, 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 yeah. We give it the number two. Drive it home. We're gonna give it the number two. Baby, it's me and you. So keep on rocking while we drive it. Drive it home. We give it the number three. Drive it home. Drive it home. We gonna ease it to number three and drive it home. Drive it home. Come on again, number three. I'm gonna be you and me. So put your lips close to mine. Drive it home. 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 We give it to number four. Drive it home. We give it to number four. Drive it home. Yeah, give it to number four. Come on, let's dance some more. So put your shoulder next to mine and drive it home. Drive it home. Drive it home.
That's going out to Ellen Bramwell, the sound of the Clovers. Billy Mitchell on lead, December 1961. Their final single for Atlantic, Drive It Home, is the name of the tune. We stay in 61 with this request for Rick in Philly. I didn't see Rick in Philly tonight, but he requested a 45 on the 4-Star record label. There are not many vocal groups on 4-Star records. I think there are only 4 or so that came out on 4-Star. It's basically a country and bopper label, but there are 4 45s. This was one of them. They're known as the Willows, not to be confused with the Church Bells May Ring Willows on the Tony Middleton and the Willows on the Melba label. They were from Harlem, New York. I don't know where these guys are from, but it's from August of 61. This is for Rick in Philly. The Willows on the 4-Star label. It's called Now That I Have You. This is for Rick.
Shoot 'em up, shoot 'em up, shoot 'em up, shooby-dooby-doo. Shoot 'em up, shoot 'em up, shoot 'em up, shoot 'em up.
I won't cry anymore now that I have you. I won't cry anymore. I won't be sad and blue. No more counting the tears that I've shed through the years. Now that I have you, I won't hurt anymore. Darling, can't you see? You at last put an end to all this misery. From my heart there's sorrow, comes a bright tomorrow. Now that I found you, the other night you told me that you could love me too. You wore my ring on your finger just to prove what you said was true. I won't cry anymore now that I have you. I won't cry anymore. I won't be sad and blue. No more counting the tears that I've shed through the years. Now that I have you.
It's going out to Rick and Philly, The Sound of the Willows, August 1961 on the 4-Star record label, Now That I Have You. Jimmy requested next week I'll get that Peacocks record, and the other one was Jim Holiday was the other one. That's this one, and then there's one more that I can't remember. Losing My Mind is what I'm doing. We continue here. We are in Vinyltreasure overtime, really late, and this is a request for Angelo Papagallo in the YouTube chat room. This group thought to be from Connecticut, but the label is out of Wilmington, Delaware. It's this is on Vince Rago's Richie label. Now, the record was getting airplay in the Delaware area with the song Please Don't Cheat on Me. That was the intended A-side. Morris Levy entered the picture with an offer to Vince Rago that he couldn't refuse, if you know what I mean, with Mr. Morris Levy. But so the next pressings after that were labels that said distributed by Roulette Records. So those are some, I don't want to say they're so common, but you're going to find that record with distributed by Roulette. The true first presses are like this one here. Greg Surik sold me this record. I didn't, and it wasn't cheap, I can tell you that much. But this is the original, and I'm going to play it for, it's a request for Angelo Papagallo, listening in Maine, from July 1961. These are the Sinceres on the Richie label. This is the B-side. It's called If You Should Leave Me.
Think
That's going out to Angelo Papagallo there, the Sinceres. We're also going to send it out to Randy Caola. He likes that tune there by the Sinceres, July 1961. That's the B-side, If You Should Leave Me. That's on Vince Rago's Ritchie record label. We'll flip it over next week. We will. Let's continue here in 1961. Let's go to Chicago, Illinois with this request for Joel Chandler, a.k.a. Zenith, in our YouTube chat room. Now, you know the Shirelles had a monster national hit with a song called Mama Said, came out on the Scepter label back in April of 1961. This is I guess we can call it the male cover of that tune out of Chicago, and but it's got the male perspective on it. And this came out in June of 1961 on Charles Colbert's Nike label. It's from June 61. This is for Joel Chandler. The Salvadors. The Salvadors on Nike, and their tune is called Daddy Said for Joel.
Nights like this, my daddy said. Daddy said there'll be nights like this. There'll be nights like this, my daddy said. Daddy said I was walking down the street one night, and what to my surprise, I saw my little girl in a rubber band on town. I almost lost my man.
I kept my cool car.
Daddy said there'll be nights like this. There'll be nights like this, my daddy said. Daddy said there'll be nights like this, there'll be nights like this, my daddy said. Sit tight, baby. While I'm dreaming of you, I'm so broken-hearted, and hoping that you'll be true, but I've been worried 'cause daddy said there'll be nights like this, there'll be nights like this, my daddy said. Daddy said there'll be nights like this, there'll be nights like this, my daddy said. Daddy said, hey, keep your head, hey, keep your head. Daddy said, hey, ooh, my eyes are shut tight, baby. While I'm dreaming of you, I'm so broken-hearted, and hoping that you'll be true, and I've been worried 'cause daddy said there'll be nights like this, there'll be nights like this, my daddy said. Daddy said there'll be nights like this, there'll be nights like this, my daddy said. Daddy said, hey, don't you worry. Hey, don't you worry.
That's going out to Joel Chandler there, the Salvadors. Salvadors from June 1961, a cover of the Shirelles tune, Mama Said. It's called Daddy Said. Came out on the Nike label out of Chicago, Illinois. We are in 1961. Let's go back out to California now with a request for Joshua Palomo. This gal by the name of Cheryl Townsend. The first press of this came out on Loot Records, and then it was covered on Little Star, a tune written by Carl White. Carl White was a member of the Sharps and the Rivingtons, and I think she has a later release on the Gone label, but the titles are different. The original title was called I Love You Alone, and then when it came out on Little Star, it was just called I Love You. So I'm featuring it on the Loot label from May 61. This is for Joshua. Cheryl Townsend on Loot. It's called I Love You Alone for Joshua.
One thing that I know, I just love you so.
That's Cheryl Townsend. Cheryl Townsend from May 61 on the Loot record label. By request for Joshua, I Love You Alone is the first title. Let's just check a little bit of the little star and see if it sounds any different. Because this title just says I Love You. They left off the alone. She says alone, but let's see if it sounds the same.
One thing that I know, I just love you so.
Better fidelity.
I love
you. Definitely has better fidelity, I have to say, on that cut. Don't you? It's like the other one. It was better fidelity on the second release. It's so weird. Anyway, let's continue here. We stay in 61. This is a request for Tom Shaughnessy, as this lead singer of this group, this singer-songwriter from Atlanta, Georgia, began his career back in 1958, recording for Bill Lowry's NRC record label. He had a couple of big national hits in the later 60s. I'm talking about like Games People Play in 1969, and in 1970, Walk a Mile in My Shoes. Those were on the Capitol label, but he recorded for a number of different labels early in his career. This is on Al Silver's Ember label. His group was called The Chips, and it included Joe South, Tommy South, his brother, Tommy South, his brother, who's his Stainbridge is not for first name here, and Glenn Weinsbaker. This song written by Joe South, and he's singing lead on this. This is Joe South. Joe South that had those big hits and wrote a lot of cool tunes in the 1960s, but he was writing in the 50s and in the early 60s. From July 61 for Tom Shaughnessy, these are the Chips with Joe South on lead on Ember. It's called Bye Bye My Love for Tom.
Bye 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 shabby da da bye bye ring a ding ding bye bye
bye bye my love, see you again. I don't know where, I don't know when. Bye 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 bye. It's too bad, so sad. Bye bye my love. I tried everything to make you see that you're the only girl for me. But what it's meant to be must be. So bye
bye bye bye bye bye bye bye shabby da da bye bye.
Oh wow, bye bye my love. I'll be around, see you again on your way down. Bye 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 bye. It's too bad, so sad. Bye bye my love. I tried everything to make you see that you're the only girl for me. But what it's meant to be must be. So bye
bye bye bye bye bye shabby da da bye ring a.
Oh wow, bye bye my love. I'll be around, see you again on your way down. Bye 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 bye. It's too bad, so sad. Bye bye my love. Oh wow, it's too bad, so sad. Bye bye my love. It's too bad, so sad. Bye bye my love.
going out. That's going out to Tom Shaughnessy. That's the Chips there with Joe South on lead, July 1961 on the Ember record label. Al Silver's Ember Records. Bye Bye My Love is the name of the tune. We are in 61. This is a request for Joel Chandler, as this group originally from Steubenville, Ohio, first recording as the Buckeyes on Deluxe Records back in 1957, but then they changed their name to the Stereos, recording on a number of different labels. They had 3, though, on the MGM subsidiary Cub label. Now, Joel requested their second, a tune written by Don Covey and Otis Blackwell. This is from November of 1961. Let's give a listen to the Stereos. It features Bruce Robinson on lead. This is for Joel Chandler. The Stereos on Cub, a number 10 record on WYRE in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. The Stereos with The Big Knock.
There's a lonely, aching heart that waits inside. There's a lonely pair of eyes that cries and cries. I'm longing to hear your footsteps walking down the floor, and I'm waiting for the big knock. Yes, I'm waiting for the big knock. There's a lonely pair of lips remembers, yeah, the way we used to always kiss each chance we'd get. You said you'd return, my darling. It's me that you adore. Well, I'm waiting for the big knock. Yes, I'm waiting for the big knock. Girl, I'm waiting for the big knock on my door. Each night I pray, each day will draw you near, and to know that you'll be mine, all mine. Don't let my heart feel what I feel, that you will leave me standing in the heartbreak line. Now you don't know how I cry and what I go through. I know I'll never fall out of love with you. I'm dying to hear you tell me you're home forevermore. Well, I'm waiting for the big knock. Girl, I'm waiting for the big knock. I said I'm waiting for the big knock on my door.
That's going out to Joel Chandler. Those are the Stereos, November 1961. Bruce Robinson on lead. It's on the Cub record banner. It's called The Big Knock. We don't want to get the big knock on the door. No, we do not. Let's continue here. Here's a request for Angelo Papagallo. So tell me, Angelo, were you in the Delaware area by any chance? Because you requested another song on Vince Rago's, this time, Universal record label. Vince Rago was out of Wilmington, Delaware, and he requested this group called Lonnie and the Crisis. They were also local to Wilmington, Delaware. The lead singer on this, Lonnie, his real name was Alonzo Jr. Wise. This is from November of 1961. This is going out to Angelo Papagallos in our YouTube chat room. Lonnie and the Crisis with Alonzo Jr. Wise on lead on Universal Records. The song is called Bells in the Chapel. This is for Angelo. That's going out to Angelo Papagallo listening in Maine. That's Lonnie and the Crisis, November 1961. It's on the Vince Rago's Universal record label, Bells in the Chapel. Alonzo Jr. Wise, he is Lonnie on lead there. We stay in 1961 with this request for Amnon. We go to Asbury Park, New Jersey for this group. Their first release came out in 1959 on the Most label. They had three, though, on Jervis Tillman's Vibro record label. ABC Paramount would pick up their first release, a great tune, a song called My Heart, but this was their second, written by the lead singer. His name is Henry Stoney Jackson, and he would previously was a member of Paul Himmelstein's Heartbreakers. This is on the Vibro label out of Belmar, New Jersey. This is for Amnon. August 61, give a listen to the V8s. The V8s on the Vibro label. The song is called Guess What? This is for Amnon.
Boom, 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 boom. Da da da.
Guess what? I love you. Guess what? My love is true. And I'll never leave you. Never will I make you blue. your whole life
August 1961 release there for the V8s. The V8s with Henry Stoney Jackson on lead. That's on the Vibro label out of Belmar, New Jersey. That's their second release on Vibro. Guess what? That's going out to listener Amnon. And we move into 1963 now as we wind down here on the program. And this is a flip side from last week. And I played a request for Joe Shacatano by the 4/5. The 4/5, the song was called After Graduation from 1963 on the Hudson label. And it was listener Tom Shaughnessy asked me for the flip side. This group is out of Bethpage, New York, and it features Nick Cardell on lead from 1963, going out to Tom Shaughnessy. The 4/5 on Hudson. It's called Come On Girl, parentheses, Be Mine. This is for Tommy.
Shada-dip, shada-dip, shada, shada-dip, shada-dip, shada, shada-dip, shada-dip, shada, shada-dip, boom, shada. When I'm with you, girl, I wanna kiss you. When I do, feel so fine. Now we're dancing, we should be romancing. Stop this slop. Come on, girl, be mine. Come on, come on, come on, come on, girl, be mine. Shada-dip, shada-dip, shada, shada-dip, shada-dip, shada, shada-dip, 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 boom, shada. I wanna hold you from night till dawn. And if the band is playing, let them play. Come on now. Shada-dip, shada-dip, shada, shada-dip, shada-dip, shada, shada-dip, shada-dip, shada-dip. Dancing's crazy, but just a lazy. Love that twist some other time. I'm on fire, you are my desire. Stop this slop. Come on, girl, be mine. Come on, come on, come on, girl, be mine. Shada-dip, shada-dip, shada, shada-dip, shada-dip, shada, shada-dip, shada, stop.
There you go. That's going out to Tom Shaughnessy. Cold ending as they can be on that 45. The 4/5 there, 1963 on the Hudson record label. Come On Girl, parentheses, Be Mine, to wake you up there. 3 more 45s to go before we sign out of here. And again, remember, the requests next week, 2 requests maximum. And just pick your 2 favorite songs. You send them to Johnny G at vinyltreasures@aol.com. And we are in 1963. We go to Baltimore, Maryland for this group, of course, one of the premier vocal groups of all time. It's a request for Rick and Philly. Now, they recorded this originally back in 1951 on the Jubilee record label, but it was re-recorded, a re-recorded version. This is on the Charlie Parker label out of New York City, talking about Sonny Till's Orioles. This is their 6th of 7 releases. Of course, this is actually a cover song that dates back to 1930 by Sammy Fain, but Sonny Till and the Orioles did it first back in 1951, and here they are doing it again in January of 63, a resung version. This is for Rick and Philly, Sonny Till's Orioles with Sonny Till on lead on Charlie Parker Records, and a resung version of Don't Tell Her What Happened to Me for Rick.
I loved her, I lost her. She craved the thrill. Now she always haunts, yes, haunts my mind. Tell me where she is, tell me where she goes, tell me what she does, tell me who she knows, but don't tell her what's happened to me. Her life now is like a song. Tell her she was right and tell her I was wrong. But please, please don't tell her what's happened to me. Let her remember me as I used to be, and her love for me made me strong, so strong and free. Well, ask her if the new kisses are divine. Ask her if they thrill just as much as mine. But don't tell her what's happened to me. Don't tell her what's happened to me.
That's going out to Rick in Philly in our YouTube chat room. There he arrived, January 1963. Sonny Till's Orioles. I thought that was Gerald Gregory in the group there. I thought he joined Sonny Till's Orioles, at least on the Charlie Parker releases. You know, that was their 6th of 7 on Charlie Parker Records. Don't let her, wait. It's called Don't Tell Her. Don't Tell Her What Happened to Me. Why didn't I see the tell? I don't know there. But anyway, that's a great tune there. Going out to Rick in Philly. 2 more 45s to go before we sign off here. And we go back to Brooklyn, New York with a request for listener Emnon. This group first recorded on the Pio label. They were known as the Runarounds on that Pio release. But then they decided there were too many groups called the Runarounds, of course, you know, the Regents, a.k.a. the Runarounds. So they changed their name to the Emotions. They signed with Cap Records, and they would score their biggest hit in 1962 with a song called Echo. You know that record, Echo, on the Cap record label? But they recorded for other labels, Lori, Karate. They did 4, though, on the 20th Century Fox label. This was their third. It features Joe Favale on lead. This tune is actually a cover song. This was first recorded by Charlie and Ray. Charlie and Ray did this on the Herald label, I think in the fall of 1954. But this is a request for Emnon from March 64. These are the Emotions on 20th Century Fox and their rendition of the tune I Love You Madly for Emnon. Cover tunes here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. That one there going out to listener Amnon, the sound of the Emotions there, doing the Charlie and Ray tune. You know, Big Dave Swinger, I never knew Ray's last name. Well, Charlene, you got to mark that down, because in all the write-ups that I did, you know, going back till 2005, I never could find his name, even in the writer credits stuff. But now that Big Dave Swinger told us, those are the Emotions there. March 1964, it's on the 20th Century Fox record label, I Love You Madly. That is a cover of the Charlie and Ray tune. Well, that's going to do it, folks. That's it for the Vinyl Treasure Show. Thank you all for tuning in and sticking around here with all the cool requests. Like I said, we're going to lower it down to 2 requests per listener, because I get 45 requests from the people, and it's hard to play them all. The show will go on too long, but you'll be able to hear your request in more of a shorter time period. Plus, if I'm going to be doing those other shows during the week, you know, you can get to hear your songs there too. But I'll let you know if I'm going to be playing what specials will be coming up during the week. So maybe you might want to tune in. Maybe it won't be your cup of tea, but they're going to be different genres of music out of my collection. So I know some of you are into like teener group records. Maybe I'll play some of those, or maybe some more of the pop singers of their kind of their rarer records that don't get played, but you know, not terrible, not bad records. They got to be good records, of course, like the things you hear tonight. So anyway, we'll see. I got to get to 1,000 subscribers first. So again, if you're new to the program, please give me a thumbs up if you like what you hear, and hit the bell to get notifications. You'll get an email when I go live. Ouch. But Anyway, that's it for tonight, folks. Johnny G's got to go. I wonder if my mother's still watching. Ma, are you still watching me on the thing? I bet you are, laying in bed watching the tablet. But anyway, that's going to do it, folks. If you missed any of the program, it'll be up on YouTube instantaneously, but you won't see the chat. It takes a while for the chat to come back or to come up. But you can go to also my webpage, vinyltreasures.net. You can stream or download the show there. But, and I guess that's it. I'll be back Wednesday night at 9 o'clock on Oldies and More Radio and also on YouTube. I do a 60s show. I play soul music on that show. And then I'll be back here next Saturday night again at 9 p.m. for more of your requests of vocal group harmony records out of Johnny G's collection, all on original vinyl. Although I was tempted to play that Cezanne's. I had it over there because I listen to it when I'm up here doing some work because I like that song, but I don't have a real one. But anyway, that's it, folks. We're going to close the show tonight with a request for Ronnie Sherman. Ronnie Sherman, I know you're up watching Johnny G, and we go out to Los Angeles, California. This is on George Mottola and Ricky Page's Sparrow label. Now, Ronnie requested this gal by the name of Beverly Noble. She was 14 years old, and a school classmate of George Mottola, or maybe when she was 14 years old, but I don't think he was going to school at that time. Oh no, she was a school classmate of George Mottola and Ricky Page's daughter. That makes sense. Yes. Their daughter was Rebecca, who was singing background on this record. That's interesting. A tune written by George Mottola and Ricky Page, and she had other releases in 1965 on the Rally label. I saw that 45 in the box too. But the closer tonight is for Ronnie Sherman, November 64, Beverly Noble on the Sparrow label. The flip side is a cover of You Cheated, and this is the other side. I don't know if it's the A side or not. It's called Why Must I Cry? Well, why must Johnny G leave? Well, that's it. I'm out of here. Thank you, Charlene, again for all your help. Thank you all for tuning in tonight to the Vinyl Treasure Show, making this a labor of love, or it's a labor of love for Johnny G. I just hope you enjoyed the sides I featured tonight. I didn't babble on too much. But anyway, that's it, folks. I'm out of here. I'm beat. Gotta go. Just want to say, everybody, so long for Ronnie.